Mars Syndrome, hello. Sealy, hello. Laurel, hello. How are you guys? Hello, hello. How is everyone today? Yeah. I just finished making some food. And my hands smell like beef. I washed them twice. My hands still smell like beef. Sunas and help, I'm unpacking in my dorm by myself and trying not to cry. Aww. I would help you, but I'm lazy. Had a rough week mentally, felt like relaxing with a stream like yours tonight. Thank you. Thank you. I hope the rest of your weekend, I hope your weekend is more relaxing than what your week was. Cooling off, having a second heat wave here. It rained like drizzly the last couple of days. Not like too much, just like a little light drizzle. And then there was one day that was like thunderous, which is my favorite. I love a good thunderstorm. They really make me feel... I don't know what they make me feel, but they make me feel. And I love them. Kashwa, hello! Welcome in. You existing is actually very helpful. Aww, thank you, Silly. But yeah, I made, yeah, my hands smell like beef because... My hands smell like beef because I needed to use the ground beef that I had defrosted and left in the fridge for a day. So... Bubbles, 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 all the bubbles. 25 cents. You get one per stream. all the screaming bubbles in a row. Raw beef lick? No raw beef lick. So I have cheese and I have beef. So of course I seasoned the beef, right? And made it all mushy with my hands. And then I took a couple different flavors of cheese. I got mozzarella and Gouda, regular Gouda, not smoked Gouda, and some Gruyere. And I stuffed them inside the meat globs, little meat cylinders, and I baked them. So I got some cheese stuffed beef cylinders. The cheese kind of like burst through the meat. It was a little too strong for the beef. So I think next time I think about doing something like this, because I was just like, what can I do with this? Something that I've never done before. And that's what I just came up with. So I think next time I try to do that, I'm going to wrap them also. Okay? It's gonna be cheese, wrapped in beef, wrapped in puff pastry, I think is the way to go. Normally, if I had the time, and this is usually like an all-day thing for me, is I would make meat-filled buns. Right? So I would make the dough for the bun, and then cook like the meat and you know, whatever I'm filling the bread with. And then I would fill the dough and then let it rest, because you gotta let it rise again after you fill it up so it gets its floofy shape, and then you bake it. And that's what I would usually do, but it takes hours. Like it's like a 4-hour process just to make the dough alone, you know? So I was like, I don't feel like doing that today. Another time though, maybe I'll use that for like a cooking stream sometime. I need a new kitchen table first. I need a lot of things. I need a lot of things. Hello, hi patata. Hi patata. Sounds delish. I downed that in one bite. One bite. I also have some barbecue sauce, so I'm gonna dip it in some barbecue sauce. Yeah. That is typically how cheese reacts in extreme temps. Yes. I wonder if I could imitate that recipe with gluten-free dough. Maybe. I've never made a gluten-free dough. Gluten is really what makes your dough like elastic, right? That's how you get the elasticity in the dough, right? So I wonder how gluten-free works with creating that elasticity in your bread mixture. Hesitating between making spaghetti bolognese or chili con carne. Chili con carne. Yes, chili con carne. I'm all pasted out. Listen, he who shall not be named, all he freaking ate was pasta and chicken and broth. And it made me, I gained weight. I gained weight because I couldn't eat the way that I am accustomed to eating and need to eat in order to maintain myself, my beautiful, lovely self. So I'm all pasted out. I'm avoiding pasta for the foreseeable future. Chili it is. I love chili. I haven't had chili in a long time. I should make chili this upcoming cold season. I should. I think I'll make chili in October. Do you like mushrooms in your chili? I like mushrooms in my chili. Also, do you like spicy chili or like mild chili? Oh yeah, let me bite into these before they get cold. Alright, I'm gonna try the one with the Gruyere. Don't like the mushy rooms, but I do like the spicy spice. I love the mushy rooms. I do. White chicken chili has a special place in my heart. But do you like potatoes? I love potatoes too. I like mushy rooms and potatoes. You hate mushrooms, you like your chili mild. I like mild, you know. But then like I also really like a good spicy food. But I will not go any spicier than a habanero. Habaneros are pretty much my my limit on how far I'll go for spiciness. Because after that, you just lose the flavor and it's all spice. So yeah, I like a good ooh, the mango habanero wings at B-Dubs. Yeah. I haven't had those in a long time. I kind of want some. Ooh. Now I'm thinking about the ads. Should I turn them down? If I turn down the ads, you're gonna get them more often. And I have them this way so that they only post every like half an hour. What do you guys think? The Gruyere is not bad. You don't think? Oh, this is pretty good. I think I might have used a little too much salt. It is a bit salty. But that's why I have water. What's everyone else's dinner plans tonight aside from the chili con carne? Spoken books so your eyes don't have to read. Audiobooks. Welcome back from the ad prison. Meeting my friend at cafe on campus because unlimited food, huh? Cafeteria, not cafe. Cafeteria. Your meal plan, right? That's the part, like that's the meal plan thing. I didn't go to college, like an on-campus college thing. I just went to I went to college and I went home. Yeah. I didn't do the whole dorm thing. Gotta try Popeye's chicken for the first time after one opened in my local town. I'm not a Popeyes fan. I'm not a Popeyes fan. I am a Jollibee fan. I prefer Jollibee fried chicken if I'm going to have fried chicken. Never, community college, never finished my one-inch trade. Oh, what trade did you go into? College is not for everybody. I went into it because it was expected of me, you know. I didn't even go for what I originally wanted to go for because I felt like I was too dumb and stupid to go for the first one, and also it was very expensive. Originally, I wanted to go to school for marine biology, but yeah, that didn't happen because grades, and I was going through some shit. And I was like, I just don't want to go to college. And if I went to a college for marine biology when I was graduated, then I would want to go to like a really good one, right? Or like a really good school for that, which would have been probably in Hawaii. But yeah, so yeah, out-of-state tuition fees and like lab equipment and books and stuff. It just wouldn't have worked out. No, just wouldn't have worked out. So I went to school for fucking business management just to have a degree, because that was what I was told I have to do. Okay. School is in the booty crack of 2 mountains. Oh, electrical. Ah. So like you do like the wiring and stuff in houses. I already had dinner tonight. I just like planning my meals for the week so I don't get stuck on what to make. I've never done meal planning, meal prep before. Should I get into that? I kind of just like making my food every day, but then I'm also lazy sometimes, so I don't eat at all for a day, or I'll just like snack. Do you think meal planning, meal prepping would be beneficial to me as a lazy person? Like just pick a day that I don't feel lazy and just prep my meals for the week. There's also a Jollibee somewhere further out, but I need to get there by Tube one day. Yeah, Jollibee. I was happy when we finally got a Jollibee in my city. I was like, we have like one of the biggest Filipino populations. We need to have a Jollibee. And then we got one. It's been a few years. But like, bro, that line when they officially opened, yo, long. And then I remembered you're Filipino. Wait, where? Huh? Is it because I was talking fast, or? What do you mean? And then I remembered you were Filipino. Filipino, can you speak Tagalog? No, I can't speak Tagalog. No, I can't. If I learn, I speak just a little bit, all right, and I can understand-ish depending on context clues. But like I watch Filipino movies and stuff with subtitles, but like I get the gist of what's going on, you know? I can understand jokes and stuff. But we're Bisaya, so I should also learn Bisaya if I'm learning Tagalog. I have a list. I have a list. Meal prep is amazeballs. It's so much fun when you actually like what you make. I think about it. I don't really have I don't have containers really actually to do meal prepping now that I think about it. You know what I've always wanted to do? Listen, I'm probably never gonna date again, right? I'm probably never gonna date again. I'm never gonna have a serious boyfriend ever again, probably. So, I'm just gonna tell you all this. Man, I really wanted, like, to, like, make, like, cute little lunch boxes for boyfriend to take, boyfriend or slash hubby to take to work with him. It's never gonna happen. No. It's not in the cards for me. Nope. It's not in the cards. Jollibee mention? Ah, the Jollibee mention. Yes, we love the Jollibee. That's the okay. That's the now I remember your Filipino moment. Okay, yeah. Oh, yeah. The savoriness, adding that barbecue sauce. Yeah, I should do this again, but next time I gotta get puff pastry ahead of time. Oh yeah, I'm supposed to make buchi, which is like I think I told you guys last time, but it's like the little bread ball with like a filling inside of it. You can put like bean paste and stuff in it, but we're gonna do it with cheese, and that's why I have the different kinds of cheeses, because that's what they originally were meant for. And then I was like, well, we have plenty of cheese, so why not use some of it for this today? So I did. Cuddle Smasher, hello! Welcome back in. Hi. How are you? How are you? How are you doing? Unless you just want to lurk. Unless you just want to lurk. That's okay too. That's okay too. I'll shh. It's okay. What's up? Oh, hi! Hi! Hi, Jabro. Hello. Yeah, you haven't been here in a while. Which is okay also. I'm eating food that I made, and then we're gonna hang out for a little bit and get back into reading more Jurassic Park. Banana, banana, banana. Gonna look for a bit about to drive. Okay, have a good drive. Drive safe. Drive safe. If you don't drive safe, I'm gonna know. I'm gonna know, and I will find you. I will find you. I will find you. Bet. Yeah, you drive safe. Drive safe. Both hands on the steering wheel. Eyes on the road. No distractions. Drive safe. If it starts raining, slow down. And wear your seatbelt. Click it or ticket. Ah. Big stretch. Oh yeah, I have so much space on my desk now. So I didn't get a new desk, but it got left behind, so I have commandeered it for myself. I moved my old desk over to another area of the room, and now it is being used for a storage and also a place for my cat to look out the window. And I put my cat's bed under it as well, one of her beds. And then I took another bigger desk and brought it upstairs all by myself. Be proud of me, be proud of me. It was a little bit difficult, but I did it. And oh yes, this is much better. I have room to I can sit at my desk and eat and watch a movie. Yes. And I can probably fit my entire Evolution collection across the back of it. I've gotta dig out the rest of my little evolutions so I can put them on here, and I'll take a picture of it and post it in the server. But I don't know what boxes they're in. I need to clear out my boxes. I'm getting a new dresser so that I can finally clear out my clothes from some of those boxes and put them into a dresser drawer and hang them up. Getting a water fountain for Cat, finally. Yes, yes. Everything's coming up roses. Now the only thing I need is an audio interface so I can use my new microphone. Because of XLR, so I need something with an XLR input in order to use that. Very proud, thank you! Oh, one of the things that I want to do when we get a new kitchen table and clear out the kitchen a bit, you know, get it nice and spiffy, squeaky clean, spick and span, as my mom would say. I was thinking of doing some little cafe hand streams. What do you guys think about that? Do you guys like the sound of like making drinks, like little cafe style drinks? I'm talking like teas, coffees, little cute little beverages, maybe some desserts. Would you guys be into that? Because I think that would be really fun. I kind of want to do that. Absolutely, cafe streams. Yes. Maybe I'll have like a little maybe I'll like make a little menu and change it every now and then. So I can like plan out like different kind of beverages you guys can order, or like little desserts that you can order. Would you guys think of that? I think it would make the stream a little more interactive. Banana. And cute, right? Thor's bussy. Thank you so much for the follow. Hi. Thor's bussy is crazy. I love it. I love it. In this house, we love Thor. We love Thor in this house. I'm AFK, but I'm still hungry. You want some of my meat wad? I'll dip it in the barbecue sauce for you. You want some meat wad? Meat wad. we worship the Thorusi and the Locusi in this house? Absolutely. Absolutely. Both of them. At the same time. Yeah, against the wall. Yes. I would put your meat wad in my mouth so fast. Wait. Yeah, okay, Jibro, since you weren't here, so I made what I did for my dinner tonight. I had some ground beef that was sitting in the fridge that I needed to use. So, I took that, seasoned it, and some cheese, and I stuffed the meat. I stuffed various meat wads with cheese, different kinds of cheese flavors, and cooked it. So yeah, my cheese stuffed meat wad dinner. I was supposed to make mashed potatoes, but I forgot. Now I'm sad. Maybe I'll make some later or tomorrow. Maybe I can make I'll make the mashed potatoes tomorrow. Make the mashed potatoes tomorrow. But yeah, Sealy, I'll put my meat in your mouth. You want my meat in your mouth, Sealy? I'll give you some. You want some of my meat? So it's just ground beef and cheese, very nutritious. There's garlic in there, freshly cut, chopped garlic. Okay? There's garlic in it. Who the frick gifted me a subby? Who gifted you a sub? Probably Juner. Probably Juner. We'll see. Yeah, give me your meat. Yes. Give me your meat. Get a room, you two. Jeez. Where's Juner? I need him to give me a sub. Probably still sleeping. He is on Australia time after all. Whoever Real Girls Scare Me is, thank you. Oh yeah! They're also new. Real Girls Scare Me is also new. They'll probably be here later. Maybe, probably. They like the Jurassic Park reading stream. There's plenty of meat for everyone. Yeah, there's well, I don't know about plenty of meat for everyone. But there is plenty of meat. So my meat is on a first come, first served basis. Junior doesn't come out after June. Junior's awake like 22 hours a day. He sends me Instagram reels at all hours of the day. I get sent stuff too. Usually while I'm sleeping. Yeah. And then I wake up and I'm like, should I respond to this? Oh yeah, tomorrow I'm doing another collab stream with Energinx, for the people who don't know Energinx. Because I know some of y'all came from Energinx. But for the ones who are not from Energinx, she's a cute little purple cat girl. I'm doing a collab with her and some of her friends tomorrow. Gonna be playing Peak and Dead by Daylight. It's gonna be a lot of fun. I think we're supposed to start earlier than usual. Let me check the messages. Yep. So I'm gonna be starting way earlier. Gonna be starting at 3 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. Gonna have to remember that. Should be a good fun time. Good luck with that. Thank you. Ooh, okay, let's try the one with the Gouda now. Slice into that bitch. Ooh, do you guys think this would be extra good wrapped in bacon? Should I do? Ooh, actually, so I've made beef Wellington before. I have made beef Wellington before, and I'm having thoughts. Now I am supposed to do another beef Wellington, but make it dragon flavored. I'm gonna do a dragon tail Wellington. It's gonna be kind of expensive. But yeah, I'm going to make a dragon tail Wellington. Now I'm thinking, how do you make something dragon flavored? Make it a little spicy, a little different tasting than a regular beef Wellington. Yeah, I'm making it a dragon flavored. Also, it depends on the kind of dragon. You know, different climates and all. Not all, you know, some dragons are spicier than other dragons, and some dragons are a little more on the mild side. Sea dragon. I feel like a sea dragon would probably be a little Asian flavored. No, still depends. Still depends. But you definitely need a little fishy taste. Huh? Put it in the soup with the dragon. The soup is just the tub. I'm gonna sell Sinful bathwater and call it sea dragon soup. Dragon fruit. Ooh, pomegranates. Pomegranate sauce. Pomegranate wine. Ooh. Ideas. Sea dragon broth. Ideas. I'm gonna have to remember. Hopefully I remember these. Alright, let's bite this. Put it in my mouth. Oh, that Gouda is nice. It's a lot of meat. Yummy. Pomegranate lemonade? Ooh, that would hit. Pomegranates are so expensive though. I can do hibiscus lemonade. I've got hibiscus tea flowers. I could put that on the cafe list. Ooh, I'm gonna need to pay someone to make like a menu for me, like a nice looking menu that I can update. Who's palming they grannies? You know, I don't. Sealy, are you into palming grannies? Just grow them in your backyard. I can't grow them in my backyard. Also, it takes a while for a fruit bearing tree to begin actually bearing fruit. Like, once it becomes an adult. Granites? Granites? Oh! I read it as palm and grannies! Wouldn't you make it moon flavored since you're a Bakunawa, if I remember correctly? And it would not be moon flavored. So, and also the moon tastes so sweet to me. So I eat moon because they taste like sugar. So, no, because I do not taste like sugar. So I would taste not moon flavored. Is that a rock joke, or are you just happy to see me? Chris, thank you for the lurk! Hey yo, what? What? What's the what for? Oh, actually, you know what? Let me pour a little bit of the wine into my glass. And see how that mix goes. Palm and grannies? Yeah. That was Sealy. Sealy said it. I skedaddle for dinner with Fran. I'll be back if you're still alive. Yeah, I'll be live for a good while. We're gonna be reading some more Jurassic Park, so when you get back, that's probably what we'll be doing. Have a good dinner. Get dessert for me. Grab my wine. I'm the only one who drinks this, so yes, I lick the bottle sometimes. Nice color, nice deep red. Smells so sweet. My wine. My red wine. Red, red wine. Actually, this is a port wine. Ads, good luck in ad prison. May the odds be ever in your favor. I can still see you. You can still see me. I can see dead people. You blocking the ads. Ooh, ooh, fancy. Yeah, no, I have to switch. I have to switch because mine don't work. I don't have a sub, but I'm not in ad break. Am I goated? You might be goated. You might be goated. Why aren't doing this though? It's supposed to do an ad break every 30 minutes. Well, actually, no. It's supposed to do ad break, and then, like, for the next 30 minutes, there are no pre-rolls. Right? I think that's how it's supposed to work. Only caveat is that stream temporarily goes to 360p for the duration of the ad roll. That means, you know, that's not so bad. That's not so bad. Listen, I grew up on low quality television, alright? I grew up on low quality television. The graphics nowadays, much better than the graphics I grew up on. I don't give a shit. Cinna's confirmed. Yep. Don't call me Auntie Sin for nothing around here. 1080p again. Woo! Welcome back. Welcome back to good quality stream, and welcome back from ad prison. What did they sell you or try to sell you? I'm drinking wine. I'm drinking port wine. The only port wine available to me. Taylor Port. Taylor brand port. You already forgot? Boo. Boo. Hiss. Boo. Also, not only will I be reading Jurassic Park tonight, after I finish, I'm gonna go to bed and watch Jurassic Park because they have all three of them, all three of the original 1990s Jurassic Parks on Netflix right now. Advertising does not work on me. It doesn't work on me either, alright? So I'll see an ad, right? And then if I have a friend who's done, used, then I can be influenced by my friend who has used and is like, yeah, no, that was good. Yeah. Actually, so I have a milk maker, right? Like a you can make your own nut milk or oat milk. I use it for oat milk. I don't drink nut milk. Except for maybe pistachio milk. I use it in my hot chocolate. A milk machine, a milk maker. So like you can make your own nut milk. Like if like almond milk, or I use it for making oat milk. So I make oat milk with it. It's called the I'm not gonna advertise it, but yeah, you can make your own nut milk. And my younger sister showed it to me. She doesn't have one, but she showed it to me. And she was like, "Hey, look at this." And I was like, "Oh, that's pretty neat." And then I bought one. It came with the machine and a free like gallon bottle and the brushes to clean it. I liked it, so I used it, and I was like, "Hey, I bought the thing," and she was like, "Wow, I have influenced. I'm an influencer." She's funny. So my younger sister, she's trying to be an actor. She's trying to be an actor in La Hollywood. Singer actor. We actually both grew up doing singing acting. But I do not do that anymore. I still sing. I do still sing, so I'll be doing like covers and stuff, but I am not pursuing the same things that she is doing currently, trying to do. She went to school for it. She ended up going to school for it, and that's why she's over in California, because she went there and then she graduated, and then she traveled a little bit too. But yeah! What do you like to sing the most? I sing pretty much anything, except for country. I'm not a big country guy, you know. There are some that I'll hear. I'll be like, "Oh yeah, I'm a Buckle Bunny." Da, 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 da. Like that one that went viral. That was like, oh yeah. That was like, oh, that one's yeah. But like, you know, I'm not a big country guy, especially for like what's classically considered Country. Um, Country pop, maybe a little bit, but not really. But I was in when I was in high school. I was in like a cover band singing like rock songs. So I did like did a little AC/DC, did a little Metallica, uh, yeah, some like 80s rock I've done. Uh, Metal. To hate something must mean you liked it at some point. Do you have to have liked something before you hate it? I don't think that's true. I also learned to play some things on piano by ear. I have a keyboard, but I'm missing the stand, so I can't use it unless I'm like sitting on the floor or I have it sitting up on like. I need to get a new stand for my keyboard so I can actually try to use it again. Otherwise, it's just useless. Useless to me. I've never been musically gifted, but I think I sound less awful than I used to now. Well, that usually comes with practice. Like, some people will never be, like, good singers, right? As far as, like, having good vocal quality. But you can learn proper vocal technique. I don't know, I hear people say they hate something, but I'm like, do you really? You can be indifferent to something. Hating I feel like is a really strong emotion to have about people and things, you know? So it takes a lot of energy to hate. Buying a stand for me, that would be sweet. That would be nice. I don't, it's not high on my priority list though, right now. Hating, yeah, hating takes effort. It does. And the best thing you can do for yourself is just to ignore someone, to ignore the thing completely. The best thing you can do for yourself is because then you're not wasting your extra energy, and then you're like, you're just happier for it because then you don't think about it. You don't take the energy to think about the thing that makes you angry. Doesn't make it go away, but it affects you less. I don't personally hold any hate for anything. I just don't think about a lot of things. We could take another cut. Ba, 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 ba. Hello, baby. Yeah? Yeah, did you hear me? And you decided to come in here. Head empty. Not a thought in the world. Well, I mean, I have thoughts. Ah. That was my little my little chewy foodie eating dance. I hope you liked it. Just like brain implosion energy. Implode. Wait, what would implosion sound like? Because explosion was like so implosion would be like what? Like sucking it in? Can't overthink if your heart stops. That is true. That do be true. That do be the truth. Probably. Oh. On Sunday. Maybe Sunday. Okay, it depends, because things might come up. But Sunday, Monday, I'm going to sit down and finally record my very first ASMR video. I'm going to record my very first ASMR video, and I hope you guys are going to like it. I wrote the script myself. It's on brand for my character. Okay. It is written for my character. Da, 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 da. Thank you. Yeah, I'm gonna record my very first ASMR video. And then I have someone who said that he'll like do like the background audio for me. So we're gonna work together on that. I'm so excited, and I just can't hide it. Smudgy's dream, thank you. I kind of want to get that redone, but like with an art of me. Yes. I can't afford art right now, though. I can't afford a lot of things. Right now because reasons. If you were here for my last stream, you know the reason. Laurel, thank you so much for the lurk. If you were not here my last stream, you do not know the reason. But yeah, I can't afford a lot of things right now. But yeah. Hopefully in the future we can get like some art done, and I'll like start replacing some stuff on the stream. The first thing I really want to replace is, now that I have my new character design, I want to get my emotes redone. I want to get all new emotes, which to get the amount of emotes that I want, it would be probably around like $100, maybe $80 if they're all like static emotes, or I can maybe like mix and match. But yeah. You're out of the loop? Yeah, you're out of the loop. So Mars, you knew I had a boyfriend, right? Yeah, I don't have one anymore, and there are reasons for that, but also he left me $20,000 in credit card debt. Yeah, so that's where I'm at, and I'm really sorry to hear that. Thank you. It's okay. It is what it is. It is what it is. It is what it is. There's no pursuing that, so I gotta figure it out myself. Luckily for me, I have like a supportive, dysfunctional yet supportive family, so I'm okay. Don't worry about me too much. I'm not gonna starve or anything, and I've got a place to live. I just have to figure out that situation. My crazy life. I look too tired to chat, but we'll be lurking. Come on, miss. Thank you so much for the lurk. Have a good one. Thank you for dropping in. I was full of hope when I heard he left me $20,000. Then you continued on, and I was like, oh no, yeah. I wish I was left $20,000. I wish. That would be oh my god, I wish I was left $20,000. Holy shit. That would make it so much better. Same. Wow, 20K, and then, oh no, 20K! I know. Did you know that the 88 means something weird on the internet? No, I have no idea what internet stuff means because I'm a hag. I'm just an old hag. Would you like to know? Yeah, sure. As long as it's like something that's in TOS. Like, I mean, you know, within TOS boundaries. As long as it's not like bad. Nonsense? I'm just kidding. I call myself a hag playfully, you know. I'm still young. I look young. I'm still bodacious. It's VOD because 88. Okay. Most bodacious, most triumphant. Thank you. Now you will know this until you forget. Yes. I will probably forget tomorrow. What does bodacious even mean? Good gracious, that ass is bodacious. Nelly reference, yes. And a little bit of and a little bit of high in. Oh, so there's a couple like animated emotes that I really want to get. One of them, of course, is the sussy boot, the you know, the twerk, the booty twerk, right? The Among Us booty twerk. I want that. And yeah, I want the Among Us twerk. I want the oh, the rave emote, the little rave emote. I want that. And then I feel like I should get something water related. Like a splash. Right? Like a splash, that would be. I do want a lurk emote, of course. Maybe like peeking out from the water, kind of lurk. Or maybe like over like a piece of coral or something, or like yeah, piece of coral reef. But yeah, those are the emotes that I was thinking about as far as like those are the like two animated emotes that I was thinking about, and then maybe like a splash emote. I should get like a yandere type emote. Don't forget you can self-animate static emotes via Twitch. Yeah, but that's not the same. It's not the same. It's not the same. If I got a yandere emote, what do you guys think it should be? Like something yandere-ish. Ah, the glowy eyes. Oh, and the kniff. The kniff. Yes, the kniff. So many things. So many things. But yeah, back to the ASMRs. The ASMRs. Yeah, I'm gonna be working on my first one. But I do have other ones. Okay? I have written other ones. So I'm gonna be recording some of those too. So that I have something to like showcase for my Ko-fi account that they're posted onto for sale. What is that? Where is that from? That's just a. I want to model with a tongue. So it's like blah, 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 blah. I want a tongue that goes blah, 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 blah. Tommy Dime. Okay, I am going to take my plate downstairs and put it on the sink, and then we will we'll hang out a little bit more before we get into oops. I got a gift sub to them, but I never changed them. All sound effects free of charge. Free. Okay, BRB. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. Oh! See, that was quick. That was real quick. Mixed boy! Hi, welcome back. The screen gives me PTSD when she left stream to go midstream to go to the grocery store, and I was gone for like 30 minutes. Yes. Yeah, that wasn't my fault. You know, some people don't know how to go grocery shopping on their own. Thank you for the welcome back. Thank you. It wasn't my fault. Was dating a literal man-child. But now I can stream however long and however as often as I want to. Yes. Gotta go eat dinner, might be back later. Okay, have a good dinner. I want pictures. Post pictures in the server. I want to see pictures of food. I like food pictures. I also like animal pictures. If you have pets, please post them in my server. Please show me your animals. Show me your animals. I need your animals. Your pets are cute. I like cute pets. I will post my pet. You will post your pet. I wish I had pets. I wish you had pets too, then I could see them. Alright, let's switch over. ASMR. Reading. Jurassic Park. One day, one day, your pets will come. One day, you'll have the fun. Jurassic Park ASMR. There's a channel for that, you know. Okay, how's the audio? Is this fine? What channel is for pets? You just posted an IRL pics. I don't have a specific pet channel. I could make a specific pet channel. Make one right now. Alright. You can watch me make it in real time. Actually, let me switch over to ASMR voice. I will make it right now. It is under the minion assembly. There you go, and I'm dragging it up to be below IRL pics. There you go, Eldritch Familiar. That is where you can post your animal pictures. Don't say I've never done anything for you. Because you just watched me do it. Rain is rainy and good. Very good. Okay. Read Jurassic Park several times. This is my first time reading Jurassic Park. And I've been enjoying it very much. Let's put on our reading glasses and take out our book. And, oh, one more thing. Okay. What a magical and ancient looking book Jurassic Park is. Yes. The author is some interesting novels. I have the Underwater Strain on my shelf and I've been meaning to read it. Oh. Sounds very science fiction-y. It even draws runes all over it. Yes. Magical dinosaur runes, actually. I believe we only have about 100 pages left until the book is finished. So, let's go ahead and hop right back in. Grab your glass of water or wine. I hope you have your snacks ready. I want everyone to sit back and get nice and comfortable as we continue the terror of Jurassic Park. Are we all ready? Are you feeling nice and cozy? Chicken tendies. It would have been better if they were dino nuggies. Okay, Arnold said in the control room. The Rex is down. He pushed back in his chair and grinned as he lit a final cigarette and crumpled the pack. That did it. The final step in putting the park back in order. Now all they had to do was go out and move it. Son of a bitch, Muldoon said, looking at the monitor. I got him after all. He turned to Gennaro. It just took him an hour to feel it. Henry Wu frowned at the screen, but he could drown in that position. He won't drown, Muldoon said. Never seen an animal that was harder to kill. I think we have to go out and move him, Arnold said. We will, Muldoon said. He didn't sound enthusiastic. That's a valuable animal. I know it's a valuable animal, Muldoon said. Arnold turned to Gennaro. He couldn't resist a moment of triumph. I point out to you, he said, that the park is now completely back to normal. Whatever Malcolm's mathematical model said was going to happen, we are completely under control again. Gennaro pointed to the screen behind Arnold's head and said, What's that? Thog, hello, welcome back. You're just in time. We've just started reading the next chapter of the book. I just finished eating. I've got a glass of wine on me. Thank you for redeeming your daily bubble. She's a wine mom now. I've always been a wine mom. I just can't always afford wine. And technically it would be wine aunt. I don't have children. Not even the boxed wine? I would never. I would never. Grandma drinks boxed wine religiously. Does she have a favorite? Tastes better from a box. Are you sure? The red Zinfandel. Oh. I know that's what your old roommate told you. I think your roommate was lying to themselves. Arnold turned. It was the system status box in the upper corner of the screen. Ordinarily it was empty. Arnold was surprised to see that it was now blinking yellow. Auxiliary power low. For a moment, he didn't understand. Why should auxiliary power be low? They were running on main power, not auxiliary power. He thought perhaps it was just a routine status check on the auxiliary power. Perhaps a check on the fuel tank levels or the battery charge. Henry, Arnold said to Wu, look at this. Wu said, why are you running on auxiliary power? I'm not, Arnold said. It looks like you are. It can't be. Print the system log. Print the system status log, Wu said. The log was a record of the system over the last few hours. Arnold pressed a button, and they heard the hum of a printer in the corner. Wu walked over to it. Arnold stared at the screen. The box now turned from flashing yellow to red, and the message now read, auxiliary power fail. Numbers began to count backward from 20. What the hell is going on, Arnold said. She was a huge alkie. That's why you don't trust the opinion anyone who's a superior alcoholic just drinks to get drunk. And a super alcoholic, not a superior alcoholic. Guys, what would make someone a superior alcoholic? What makes a superior alcoholic? Let's see. I'd be drinking to have a high quality drink. I do like a good tasting drink. Not a huge fan of wine. I'll take a nice scotch or bourbon. I am picky about my wine. I am. I'm picky about my wine, and that is what wine tastings are for, so you can figure out what kind of wine you like. I haven't been on a wine tasting in a while. It's been about a year. I do want to go again. I do like a good bourbon. I don't think I've tried a scotch before. A good whiskey neat. I like a good old-fashioned. Or a shot of tequila. Or some rum. I do like a good spiced rum. The 18-year-old Macallan is a nice drink for a neat drink. A superior drunk has to be, a superior alcoholic has to be looking down at you. Someone who can handle their liquor, drinks good stuff, and doesn't make it their whole personality. That's a superior alcoholic. Oh. A functioning alcoholic, I used to call him. Cautiously, Tim moved a few yards out along the muddy path into the sunshine. He peered around the waterfall and saw the tyrannosaur lying on its side, floating in the pool of water below. I hope he's dead, Lex said. Tim could see he wasn't. The dinosaur's chest was still moving, and one forearm twitched in spasms. But something was wrong with him. Then Tim saw the white canister sticking in the back of his head by the indentation of the ear. He's been shot with a dart, Tim said. Good, Lex said. He practically ate us. Tim watched the labored breathing. He felt unexpectedly distressed to see the huge animal humbled like this. He didn't want it to die. It's not his fault, he said. Oh sure, Lex said. He practically ate us, and it's not his fault. He's a carnivore. He was just doing what he does. You wouldn't say that, Lex said, if you were in his stomach right now. Then the sound of the waterfall changed. From a deafening roar, it became softer, quieter. The thundering sheet of water thinned, became a trickle, and stopped. Timmy, the waterfall stopped, Lex said. It was now just dripping like a tap that wasn't completely turned off. The pool at the base of the waterfall was still. They stood near the top, in the cave-like indentation filled with the machinery, looking down. Waterfalls aren't supposed to stop, Lex said. Tim shook his head. It must be the power. Somebody turned off the power. Behind them, all the pumps and filters were shutting down, one after another, the lights blinking off, and the machinery becoming quiet. And then there was the thunk of a solenoid releasing, and the door marked Maintenance 4 swung slowly open. Grant stepped down, blinking in the light, and said, Good work, kids. You got the door open. Japanese Sai, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. We didn't do anything, Lex said. The power went out, Tim said. Never mind that, Grant said. Come and see what I've found. Oh no, my Blinky. forgot to redo that one too. Okay, hold on. Let me put the blankie on. Wait. I want this one. Shit. My blankie. How am I gonna... Hold on. I got it. Hold on. It's okay. Hold on. There. Okay. Blankie. Okay. Hold on. Not clanky, blanky. Okay. Alright. And then I'm like literally showing you how to do this shit now. Okay, blanky. Blanky. There we go. Yay! There, blanky. Just woke up, I'll sleep again. Matutulog na ako. Good sleep. No, you're good. You can stop holding now. Also, real girls scare me. Hello, welcome back. You can't let go? Guys, you can stop holding your bladder now. You can go pee if you want to. Arnold stared in shock. One after another, the monitors went black, and then the room lights went out, plunging the control room into darkness and confusion. Everyone started yelling at once. Muldoon opened the blinds and let light in, and Wu brought over the printout. Look at this, Wu said. Safety 1 off, operative, safety 2, 3, operative, shutdown command, shut down, startup command, shut down, safety 1 on, shut down, safety 2 on, shut down, safety 3 on, shut down, startup command, startup aux power, monitor main, security main, command main, laboratory main, operative auxiliary power, telecom, schematic, view, auxiliary power. Control status check, auxiliary power. Warning, fence status, operative auxiliary power. Warning, aux fuel 20%, 10%, 1%, 0%, shut down. Wu said, you shut down at 5:13 this morning, and when you started back up, you started with auxiliary power. Jesus, Arnold said. Apparently, main power had not been on since shutdown. When he powered back up, only the auxiliary power came on. Arnold was thinking that was strange, when he suddenly realized that that was normal. That was what was supposed to happen. It made perfect sense. The auxiliary generator fired up first, and it was used to turn on the main generator because it took a heavy charge to start the main power generator. That was the way the system was designed. But Arnold had never before had occasion to turn the main power off, and when the lights and screens came back on in the control room, it never occurred to him that main power hadn't also been restored. But it hadn't, and all during the time since then, while they were looking for the wrecks and doing the one thing and another, the park had been running on auxiliary power. And that wasn't a good idea. In fact, the implications were just beginning to hit him. What does this line mean? Muldoon said, pointing to the list. Warning, fence status, NB, operative, auxiliary power. It means a system status warning was sent to the monitors in the control room, Arnold said, concerning the fences. Did you see the warning? Arnold shook his head. No, I must have been talking to you in the field. Anyway, no, I didn't see it. What does it mean, warning fence status? Well, I didn't know it at the time, but we were running on backup power, Arnold said. And backup doesn't generate enough amperage to power the electrified fences, so they were automatically kept off. Muldoon scowled. The electrified fences were off. Yes, all of them, since 5 this morning, for the last 5 hours. Yes, including the velociraptor fences? Arnold sighed. Yes. Jesus Christ, Muldoon said. 5 hours. Those animals could be out. And then, from somewhere in the distance, they heard a scream. Muldoon began to talk, very fast. He went around the room, handing out portable radios. Mr. Arnold is going to the maintenance shed to turn on the main power. Dr. Wu, stay in the control room. You're the only other one who can work the computers. Mr. Hammond, go back to the lodge. Don't argue with me. Go now. Lock the gates and stay behind them until you hear from me. I'll help Arnold deal with the raptors. He turned to Gennaro. Like to live dangerously again? Not really, Gennaro said. He was very pale. Fine. Then go with the others to the lodge. Muldoon turned away. That's it, everybody. Now move. Hammond whined. But what are you going to do to my animals? That's not really the question, Mr. Hammond, Muldoon said. The question is, what are they going to do to us? He went through the door and hurried down the hall toward his office. Gennaro fell into step alongside him. Change your mind, Muldoon growled. You'll need help, Gennaro said. I might. Muldoon went into the room marked Animal Supervisor, picked up the gray shoulder launcher, and unlocked a panel in the wall behind his desk. There were 6 cylinders and 6 canisters. The thing about these damn dinos, Muldoon said, is that they have distributed nervous systems. They don't die fast, even with a direct hit to the brain, and they're built solidly. Thick ribs make a shot to the heart dicey, and they're difficult to cripple in the legs or hindquarters. Slow bleeders, slow to die. He was opening the cylinders one after another and dropping in the canisters. He tossed a thick, webbed belt to Gennaro. Put that on. Gennaro tightened the belt, and Muldoon passed him the shells. But all we can hope to do is blow them apart. Unfortunately, we've only got 6 shells here. There's 8 raptors in that fenced compound. Let's go. Stay close. You have the shells. Muldoon went out and ran along the hallway, looking down over the balcony to the path leading toward the maintenance shed. Gennaro was puffing alongside him. They got to the ground floor and went out through the glass doors. And Muldoon stopped. There's an ad coming up in 1 minute. Be sure to let me know what they're trying to sell you. Should I stop reading during the ad and we can hang out for a bit and then resume when the ads come back? I think that'd probably be a nice idea. Then you guys, the non-subs, wouldn't miss out on anything. Yes, please. Well, the ad break has started, so we can hang out for a little bit and continue when they get back. Take a little sip of my wine. Remind me again, who's not trapped in odd prison? Who's still here? Looks like I got the same glitch as Mars, so neat. Nice, okay. Alright. Maybe you. Well, that's good. Do you guys really like Jurassic Park? I love Jurassic Park. I'll watch it any opportunity I get if I haven't seen it in a while. I've seen all of the movies, including all of the Jurassic World movies. The only thing I haven't watched is the Camp Cretaceous cartoon. That's the only thing I haven't seen. You haven't seen the new ones? The newest one, Rebirth, I feel like it was unnecessary. I don't see them continuing anymore after this. You're gonna play Lego Jurassic World though? Oh, that sounds nice. They just got into the Jeeps in the movie. Nice. I'm planning on watching it after stream. They use audio from the original movies. Ooh, that's pretty cool. You're trying to platinum it right now. Alright. The ad should be done now. Welcome everyone back from the ads. We can continue reading. Arnold was standing with his back to the maintenance shed. 3 raptors approached him. Arnold had picked up a stick, and he was waving it at them, shouting. The raptors fanned out as they came closer, one staying in the center, the other 2 moving to each side. Coordinated, smooth. Gennaro shivered. Hack behavior. Muldoon was already crouching, setting the launcher on his shoulder. Load, he said. Gennaro slipped the shell in the back of the launcher. There was an electric sizzle. Nothing happened. Christ, you've got it in backward, Muldoon said, tilting the barrel so the shell fell into Gennaro's hand. Gennaro loaded again. The raptors were snarling at Arnold when the animal on the left simply exploded, the upper part of the torso flying in the air, blood splattering like a burst tomato on walls of the building. The lower torso collapsed on the ground, the legs kicking in the air, the tail flopping. That sounds so cool. Can they, like, redo Jurassic Park to, like, include this shit in the movies, please? What the fuck? Can they refilm Jurassic Park to include this shit in it? Please. This gory ASMR slaps. Well, you'll be happy to know that I'm going to be writing more horror ASMR scripts and recording them. So if that's something that you're into, keep a lookout for that, because I will be recording those and posting them to my YouTube channel. Horror. Not to be confused with horror. That'll wake him up, Muldoon said. Arnold ran for the door of the maintenance shed. The velociraptors turned and started toward Muldoon and Gennaro. They fanned out as they came closer. In the distance, somewhere near the lodge, he heard screams. Gennaro said, "This could be a disaster." "Load," Muldoon said. Henry Wu heard the explosions and looked toward the door of the control room. He circled around the consoles, then paused. He wanted to go out, but he knew he should stay in the room. If Arnold was able to get the power back on, if only for a minute, then Wu could restart the main generator. He had to stay in the room. He heard someone screaming. It sounded like Muldoon. Muldoon felt a wrenching pain in his ankle, tumbled down an embankment, and hit the ground running. Looking back, he saw Gennaro running in the other direction, into the forest. The raptors were ignoring Gennaro, but pursuing Muldoon. They were now less than 20 yards away. Muldoon screamed at the top of his lungs as he ran, wondering vaguely where the hell he could go, because he knew he had perhaps 10 seconds before they got him. 10 seconds, maybe less. Maybe in a century's time when it goes public domain, judging by the movies people have made out of Winnie the Pooh. Actually, there are people who make analog horror based on the idea of Jurassic Park and post them to YouTube. We can watch some of them on stream, maybe. There are also people who make videos with of the Jurassic Park novel. I think a lot of them are AI generated though. heard the explosions. No, wait, I already read that part. Where am I? I'm right here. Ellie had to help Malcolm turn over as Harding jabbed the needle and injected morphine. Malcolm sighed and collapsed back. It seemed he was growing weaker by the minute. Over the radio, they heard tinny screaming and muffled explosions coming from the visitor center. Hammond came into the room and said, "How is he?" "He's holding," Harding said, "a bit delirious." "I am nothing of the sort," Malcolm said. "I am utterly clear." They listened to the radio. "It sounds like a war out there." "The Raptors got out," Hammond said. "Did they?" Malcolm said, breathing shallowly. How could that possibly happen? It was a system screw-up. Arnold didn't realize that the auxiliary power was on and the fences cut out. "Did they? Go to hell, you supercilious bastard." "If I remember," Malcolm said, "I predicted fence integrity would fail." Hammond sighed and sat down heavily. "Damn it all," he said, shaking his head. "It must surely not have escaped your notice that at heart what we are attempting here is an extremely simple idea. My colleagues and I determined several years ago that it was possible to clone the DNA of an extinct animal and to grow it. That seemed to us a wonderful idea. It was a kind of time travel, the only time travel in the world. Bring them back alive, so to speak. And since it was so exciting, and since it was possible to do it, we decided to go forward. We got this island, and we proceeded. It was all very simple." "Simple," Malcolm said. Somehow he found the energy to sit up in the bed. "Simple. You're a bigger fool than I thought you were. And I thought you were a very substantial fool." Ellie said, "Dr. Malcolm," and tried to ease him back down. But Malcolm would have none of it. He pointed toward the radio, the shouts and the cries. "What is that going on out there?" he said. "That's your simple idea. Simple. You create new life forms, about which you know nothing at all. Your Dr. Wu does not even know the names of the things he's creating. He cannot be bothered with such details as what the thing is called, let alone what it is. You create many of them in a very short time. You never learn anything about them, yet you expect them to do your bidding, because you made them, and you therefore think you own them. You forget that they are alive. They have an intelligence of their own, and they may not do your bidding, and you forget how little you know about them, how incompetent you are to do the things that you so frivolously call simple. Dear God." He sank back, coughing. "You know what's wrong with scientific power?" Malcolm said. "It's a form of inherited wealth. And you know what assholes congenitally rich people are. It never fails." Hammond said, "What is he talking about?" Harding made a sigh, indicating delirium. Malcolm cocked his eye. "I will tell you what I'm talking about," he said. "Most kinds of power require a substantial sacrifice by whoever wants the power. There is an apprenticeship, a discipline lasting many years. Whatever kind of power you want, president of the company, black belt in karate, spiritual guru, whatever it is you seek, you have to put in the time, the practice, the effort, You must give up a lot to get it. It has to be very important to you. And once you have attained it, it is your power. It can't be given away. It resides in you. It is literally the result of your discipline. Now, what is interesting about this process is that by the time someone has acquired the ability to kill with his bare hands, he has also matured to the point where he won't use it unwisely. So that kind of power has a built-in control. The discipline of getting the power changes you so that you won't abuse it. But scientific power is like inherited wealth, attained without discipline. You read what others have done, and you take the next step. You can do it very young. You can make progress very fast. There's no discipline lasting many decades. There is no mastery. Old scientists are ignored. There is no humility before nature. There is only a get-rich-quick, make a name for yourself fast philosophy. Cheat, lie, falsify, it doesn't matter. Not to you or to your colleagues. No one will criticize you. No one has any standards. They are all trying to do the same thing, to do something big and do it fast. And because you can stand on the shoulders of giants, you can accomplish something quickly. You don't even know exactly what you've done, but already you've reported it, patented, and sold it. And the buyer will have even less discipline than you. The buyer simply purchases the power, like any commodity. The buyer doesn't even conceive that any discipline might be necessary. Hammond said, "Do you know what he is talking about?" Ellie nodded. "I haven't a clue," Hammond said. "I'll make it simple," Malcolm said. A karate master does not kill people with his bare hands. He does not lose his temper and kill his wife. The person who kills the person who has no discipline. The person who kills is the person who has no discipline, no restraint, and who has purchased his power in the form of a Saturday night special. And that is the kind of power that science fosters and permits. And that is why you think that to build a place like this is simple. It was simple, Hammond insisted. Then why did it go wrong? Dizzy with tension, John Arnold threw open the door to the maintenance shed and stepped into the darkness inside. Jesus, it was black. He should have realized the lights would be out. He felt the cool air, the cavernous dimensions of the space, extending 2 floors below him. He had to find the catwalk. He had to be careful, or he'd break his neck. Oh, my butt. I need a better chair. The catwalk. He groped like a blind man until he realized it was futile. Somehow, he had to get light into the shed. He went back to the door and cracked it open 4 inches. That gave enough light, but there was no way to keep the door open. Quickly, he kicked off his shoe and stuck it in the door. That was stupid of him, don't you think? There are raptors out there. There are 8 raptors. He only saw 3 of them. 1 of them died. The other 2, chasing after another man. But there are still other raptors. So, how stupid do you have to be to do something like that, knowing that there are murderous dinosaurs out there that want to eat you. He went toward the catwalk, seeing it easily. He walked along the corrugated metal, hearing the difference in his feet. One loud, one soft, but at least he could see. Up ahead was the stairway leading down to the generators. Another 10 yards. Darkness. The light was gone. Arnold looked back to the door and saw the light was blocked by the body of a velociraptor. The animal bent over and carefully sniffed the shoe. What did I say? What did I say? What did I say? Of course. Henry Wu paced. What did I say? I said, Velociraptor is gonna eat him. Henry Wu paced. He ran his hands over the computer consoles. He touched the screens. He was in constant movement. He was almost frantic with tension. He reviewed the steps he would take. He must be quick. The first screen would come up, and he would press. Woo, the radio hissed. He grabbed for it. Yes, I'm here. Got any bloody power yet? It was Muldoon. There was something odd about his voice. Something hollow. No, Wu said. He smiled, glad to know Muldoon was alive. I think Arnold made it to the shed, Muldoon said. After that, I don't know. Where are you? Wu said. I'm stuffed. What? Stuffed in a bloody pipe, Muldoon said. And I'm very popular at the moment. Wedged in a pipe was more like it, Muldoon thought. There had been a stack of drainage pipes piled behind the visitor center, and he'd backed himself into the nearest one, scrambling like a poor bastard. Meter pipes, very tight fit for him, but they couldn't come in after him. At least, not after he'd shot the leg off one. When the nosy bastard came too close to the pipe, the raptor had gone howling off, and the other ones were now respectful. His only regret was that he hadn't waited to see the snout at the end of the tube before he squeezed the trigger. But he might still have his chance, because there were 3 or 4 outside, snarling and growling around him. Yes, very popular, he said into the radio. Wu said, Does Arnold have a radio? Don't think so, Muldoon said. Just sit tight. Wait it out. He hadn't seen what the other end of the pipe was like. He'd backed in too quickly, and he couldn't see now. He was wedged tight. He could only hope that the far end wasn't open. Christ, he didn't like the thought of one of those bastards taking a bite of his hindquarters. Arnold backed away down the catwalk. The velociraptor was barely 10 feet away, stalking him, coming forward into the gloom. Arnold could hear the click of its deadly claws on the metal. But he was going slowly. He knew the animal could see well, but the grill of the catwalk, the unfamiliar mechanical odors, had made it cautious. That caution was his only chance, Arnold thought. if he could get to the stairs and then move down to the floor below, because he was pretty sure velociraptors couldn't climb stairs, certainly not narrow, steep stairs. Arnold glanced over his shoulder. The stairs were just a few feet away. Another few steps. He was there. Reaching back, he felt the railing, started scrambling down the almost vertical steps. His feet touched flat concrete. The raptor snarled in frustration. 20 feet above him, on the catwalk. "Too bad, buddy," Arnold said. He turned away. He was now very close to the auxiliary generator. Just a few more steps and he would see it, even in this dim light. There was a dull thump behind him. Arnold turned. The raptor was standing there on the concrete floor, snarling. It had jumped down. He looked quickly for a weapon, but suddenly he found he was slammed onto his back on the concrete. Something heavy was pressing on his chest. It was impossible to breathe, and he realized the animal was standing on top of him. And he felt the big claws digging into the flesh of his chest, and smelled the foul breath from the head moving above him, and he opened his mouth to scream. My glasses. I can't read without my glasses. Who stole my glasses? Huh? How dare you? Where's my glasses? Hello? Where are they? There they are. I got them. Elia held the radio in her hands, listening. 2 more Tikan workmen had arrived at the lodge. They seemed to know it was safe here, but there had been no others in the last few minutes, and it sounded quieter outside. Over the radio, Muldoon said, "How long has it been?" Wu said, 4, 5 minutes. Arnold should have done it by now, Muldoon said. If he's going to. You got any ideas? No, Wu said. We heard from Gennaro. Gennaro pressed the button. I'm here. Where the hell are you? Muldoon said. I'm going to the maintenance building, Gennaro said. Wish me luck. Gennaro crouched in the foliage, listening. Directly ahead, he saw the planted pathway leading toward the visitor center. Gennaro knew the maintenance shed was somewhere to the east. He heard the chirping of birds in the trees. A soft mist was blowing. One of the raptors roared, but it was some distance away. It sounded off to his right. Gennaro set out, leaving the path, plunging into the foliage. Like to live dangerously? Not really. Junar, welcome back. Did you have a good sleep? Good morning to you. I went to feed kitties and grabbed a food snacks. Aw, that's cute. It was true. He didn't. But Gennaro thought he had a plan, or at least a possibility that might work. If he stayed north of the main complex of buildings, he could approach the maintenance shed from the rear. All the raptors were probably around the other buildings to the south. There was no reason for them to be in the jungle. At least, he hoped not. He moved as quietly as he could, unhappily aware he was making a lot of noise. He forced himself to slow his pace, feeling his heart pound. The foliage here was very dense. He couldn't see more than 6 or 7 feet ahead of him. He began to worry that he'd missed the maintenance shed entirely. But then he saw the roof to his right, above the palms. He moved toward it, went around the side. He found the door, opened it, and slipped inside. It was very dark. He stumbled over something. A man's shoe. Gennaro frowned. He propped the door wide open and continued deeper into the building. He saw a catwalk directly ahead of him. Suddenly he realized he didn't know where to go, and he had left his radio behind. Damn. Didn't he just have it? What the fuck? There might be a radio somewhere in the maintenance building, or else he'd just look for the generator. He knew what a generator looked like. Probably it was somewhere down on the lower floor. He found a staircase leading down. It was darker below, and it was difficult to see anything. He felt his way along among the pipes, holding his hands out to keep him from banging his head. He heard an animal snarl and froze. He listened, but the sound did not come again. He moved forward cautiously. Something dripped on his shoulder and his bare arm. It was warm, like water. Oh, wee. We're in an ad break. I should stop reading. Let's wait for the ad break to finish. Junior, did you have any new dreams? Any new weird dreams to tell me about while we're in the ad break? No. Been quiet as of late. No creepy, no weird dreams. Okay. I guess that's a good thing, isn't it? Means there's not really anything serious going on, right? Kitty dance, kitty dance. And I dance, 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 and I dance, dance, dance. Cat, I'm a kitty cat, and I dance, 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 and I dance, dance, dance. Cat, I'm a kitty cat, and I dance, 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 and I dance, dance, dance. Did you guys hear that Grass Wonder died today? Or maybe not today, but Grass Wonder died from, you know, the racehorse that the Uma Musume game is based off of. So sad. So sad. Yeah, that was the name of the horse. Grass Wonder. The Japanese racehorse. Oh, Junior, I have been forced to create an official pet channel. So now we have the IRL Pictures channel, as well as a place to post our pets. He heard an animal snarl and froze. He listened, but the sound did not come again. He moved forward cautiously. Something dripped on his shoulder and his bare arm. It was warm like water. He touched it in the darkness. Sticky. He smelled it. Blood. He looked up. The raptor was perched on the pipes, just a few feet above his head. Blood was trickling from its claws. With an odd sense of detachment, he wondered if it was injured, and then he began to run. But the raptor jumped onto his back, pushing him to the ground. Gennaro was strong. He heaved up, knocking the raptor away, and rolled off across the concrete. When he turned back, he saw that the raptor had fallen on its side, where it lay, panting. Yes, it was injured. Its leg was hurt for some reason. Kill it. Gennaro scrambled to his feet, looking for a weapon. The raptor was still panting on the concrete. He looked frantically for something, anything, to use as a weapon. When he turned back, the raptor was gone. It snarled, the sound echoing in the darkness. Gennaro turned in a full circle, feeling with his outstretched hands, and then he felt a sharp pain in his right hand. Teeth. It was biting him. The raptor jerked his head, and Donald Gennaro, was yanked off his feet and fell. Lying in bed, soaked in sweat, Malcolm listened as the radio crackled. Anything, Muldoon said. You getting anything? No word, Wu said. Hell, Muldoon said. There was a pause. Malcolm sighed. I can't wait, he said, to hear his new plan. What I would like, Muldoon said, is to get everybody to the lodge and regroup, but I don't see how. There's a jeep in front of the visitor center, Wu said. If I drove over to you, could you get yourself into it? Maybe, but you'd be abandoning the control room. I can't do anything here anyway. God knows that's true, Malcolm said. A control room without electricity is not much of a control room. All right, Muldoon said. Let's try. This isn't looking good. Lying in bed, Malcolm said, No, it's not looking good. It's looking like a disaster. Wu said, The raptors are going to follow us over there. We're still better off, Malcolm said. Let's go. The radio clicked off. Malcolm closed his eyes and breathed slowly, marshalling his strength. Relax, Ellie said. Just take it easy. Panzer Vitae, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the deep end. Salut, comment allez-vous? Ah, I'm doing good. How are you? Also, English only in my chat. Sorry. Just so you know. Where was I? Oh yeah. Take it easy. You know what we are really talking about here, Malcolm said. All this attempt to control. We are talking about Western attitudes that are 500 years old. They began at the time when Florence, Italy, was the most important city in the world. The basic idea of science, that there was a new way to look at reality, that it was objective, that it did not depend on your beliefs or your nationality, that it was rational. That idea was fresh and exciting back then.
Your hero is coming.
God. What the fuck, Junior? What the fuck? Astarion in my ear. That idea was fresh and exciting back then. It offered promise and hope for the future. And it swept away the old medieval system, which was hundreds of years old. The medieval world of feudal politics and religious dogma and hateful superstitions fell before science. But in truth, this was because the medieval world didn't really work anymore. It didn't work economically, it didn't work intellectually, and it didn't fit the new world that was emerging. But now, he continued, science is the belief system that is hundreds of years old, and, like the medieval system before it, science is starting not to fit the world anymore. Science has attained so much power that its practical limits begin to be apparent. Largely through science, billions of us live in one small world, densely packed and intercommunicating. But science cannot help us decide what to do with that world, or how to live. Science can make a nuclear reactor, but it cannot tell us not to build it. Science can make pesticide, but cannot tell us not to use it. And our world starts to seem polluted in fundamental ways, air and water and land, because of ungovernable science. He sighed. This much is obvious to everyone. There was a silence. Malcolm lay with his eyes closed, his breathing labored. No one spoke, and it seemed to Ellie that Malcolm had finally fallen asleep. Then he sat up again, abruptly. At the same time, the great intellectual justification of science has vanished. Ever since Newton and Descartes, science has explicitly offered us the vision of total control. Science has claimed the power to eventually control everything. Through its understanding of natural laws. But in the 20th century, that claim has been shattered beyond repair. First, Heisenberg's uncertainty principle set limits on what we could know about the subatomic world. Oh well, we say. None of us lives in a subatomic world. It doesn't make any practical difference as we go through our lives. Then Gödel's theorem set similar limits to mathematics, the formal language of science. Mathematicians used to think that their language had some special inherent trueness that derived from the laws of logic. Now we know that what we call reason is just an arbitrary game. It's not special in the way that we thought it was. And now, chaos theory proves that unpredictability is built into our daily lives. It is as mundane as the rainstorm we cannot predict. And so the grand vision of science, hundreds of years old, the dream of total control, has died. In our century, and with it, much of the justification, the rationale for science to do what it does, and for us to listen to it. Science has always said that it may not know everything, but it will know eventually. But now we see that isn't true. It is an idle boast, as foolish and as misguided as the child who jumps off a building because he believes he can fly. This is very extreme, Hammond said, shaking his head. We are witnessing the end of the scientific era. Science, like other outmoded systems, is destroying itself. As it gains in power, it proves itself incapable of handling the power. Because things are going very fast now. 50 years ago, everyone was gaga over the atomic bomb. That was power. No one could imagine anything more. Yet, a bare decade after the bomb, we began to have genetic power. And genetic power is far more potent than atomic power. And it will be in everyone's hands. It will be in kits for backyard gardeners, experiments for school children, cheap labs for terrorists and dictators. And that will force everyone to ask the same question. What should I do with my power? Which is the very question science says it cannot answer. Where's the sensor? Man, I have to redo the sensor too. Fuck. So what will happen? Ellie said. I'll do that in a second. Malcolm shrugged. A change. What kind of change? Just refund you? Alright. All major changes are like death, he said. You can't see to the other side until you're there. And he closed his eyes. The poor man, Hammond said, shaking his head. Malcolm sighed. Do you have any idea, he said, how unlikely it is that you, or any of us, will get off this island alive? Super unlikely. Alright, let's open the thing. Ora. Alright. You have been refunded for a pico sensor. There you go. You're welcome. Yeah, I'll set that back up after stream, which means I should mark it unavailable. So let me go to... I don't feel like doing that right now. yawn. Yawn, 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 yawn. Yawn, yawn, yawn. Hmm. Okay. 1 out of 10 burp. Back to the burp ratings. Back to the burp ratings. 'Tis fine. 'Tis fine. Alright. Next chapter.
Banana.
Toy, hello. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the deep end. Thank you for jumping into the abyss with me. Guys, you know what? At the rate we're going, I might actually hit 1,500 before the end of the year. That would be pretty cool, huh? Alright, let me take a sippy sip. Oh yeah, if you weren't here to hear it before, if I hit 1,500 followers before the end of the year, I'll do a 24-hour stream. Yeah, 1,500's a big number. Alright. Next chapter. Its electric motor whirring, the cart raced forward down the dark underground tunnel. Grant drove, his foot to the floor. The tunnel was featureless, except for the occasional air vent above, shaded to protect against rainfall, and thus permitting little light to enter. But he noticed that there were crusty white animal droppings in many places. Obviously, lots of animals had been in here. Sitting beside him in the cart, Lex shone the flashlight to the back, where the velociraptor lay. Why is it having trouble breathing? Because I shot it with a tranquilizer, he said. Is it going to die? She said. I hope not. Why are we taking it? There's a cat beneath my feet. Why are we taking it? To prove to the people back at the center that the dinosaurs are really breeding, Grant said. How do you know they're breeding? Because this one is young, Grant said, and because it's a boy dinosaur. Is it? Lex said, peering along the flashlight beam. Yes. Now shine that light forward, will you? He held out his wrist. turning the watch to her. What does it say? It says 10:15. Okay. Tim said, that means we only have 45 minutes to contact the boat. We should be close, Grant said. I figured we should be almost to the visitor center right now. He wasn't sure, but he sensed the tunnel was gently tilting upward, leading them back to the surface, and... Wow, Tim said. They burst out into daylight with shocking speed. There was a light mist blowing, partially obscuring the building that loomed directly above them. Grant saw at once that it was the visitor center. They had arrived right in front of the garage. Yay, Lex said. We did it! Yay! She bounced up and down in the seat as Grant parked the cart in the garage. Along one wall were stacked animal cages. They put the velociraptor in one with a dish of water. Then they started climbing the stairs to the ground floor entrance of the visitor center. I'm going to get a hamburger and french fries, chocolate milkshake, no more dinosaurs, yay! They came to the lobby and they opened the door, and they fell silent. In the lobby of the visitor center, the glass doors had been shattered, and a cold gray mist blew through the cavernous main hall. A sign that read, "When dinosaurs ruled the earth," dangled from one hinge, creaking in the wind. The big tyrannosaur robot was upended and lay with its legs in the air, its tubing and metal innards exposed. Outside, through the glass, they saw rows of palm trees, shadowy shapes in the fog. Halsey, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome. Is that is it like an L or an I? Halls or Hayes? Halsey or Hayes? I don't know. How do you say that? Tim and Lex huddled against the metal desk of the security guard. Hayes? Yeah, that was my second guess. I was like Halsey, and then I was like, maybe that's an I. Thank you. Tim and Lex huddled against the metal desk of the security guard. Grant took the guard's radio and tried all the channels. Hello, this is Grant. Is anybody there? Hello, this is Grant. Lex stared at the body of the guard, lying on the floor to the right. She couldn't see anything but his legs and feet. Hello, this is Grant. Hello. Yeah. You want to say something to me? Yeah. Big yawn. Lex was leaning forward, peering around the edge of the desk. Grant grabbed her sleeve. Hey, stop that. Is he dead? What's the stuff on the floor? Blood? Yes. How come it isn't real red? You're morbid, Tim said. What's morbid? I am not. The radio crackled. My God, came a voice. Grant, is that you? What? Yeah. And then, Alan? Alan? It was Ellie. I'm here, Grant said. Thank God, Ellie said. Are you all right? I'm all right, yes. What about the kids? Have you seen them? I have the kids with me, Grant said. They're okay. Thank God. Lex was crawling around the side of the desk. Grant slapped her ankle. Get back here. The radio crackled. Where are you? In the lobby. In the lobby of the main building. Over the radio, he heard Wu say, My God, they're here. Alan, listen, Ellie said. The raptors have gotten loose. They can open doors. They may be in the same building as you. Great. Where are you? We're in the lodge. Grant said, and the others? Muldoon, anybody else? We've lost a few people, but we've got everybody else over to the lodge. Take a little stretch break while the ad's going. Oh, yeah. Rice Krispies all over again. Let add, yes, let add. Hey, that means 30 minutes, no pre-roll ads. Okay. Meow. Little baby, pretty little baby, the little baby, lovely little girlie, my little stinky, winky little baby. I really do love you. Chatty little meow meow. Pet you for hours. Lovely little lady, my little baby, pretty little baby. Yeah. You're gonna get a cat one day? You should get a cat one day. They're really nice. I feel like you should get an orange cat. You need an orange cat. Or actually, no, that might be too stressful for you. An orange cat might be too stressful for you. You want a sphinx? You want a baldy? You want a bald cat? You know you have to really take care of their skin, right? Like you need extra, they are extra work. You have to take care of their skin. You need to take care of their flesh, their little wrinkles. All right? That is a cat you need to take extra attention to. Welcome back from the ads. We can continue now. Heathcliff, huh? Garfield I know, Heathcliff I don't. Weekly Beth. Can you take care of a cat that needs extra attention like that? That is the question you need to ask yourself. Are the telephones working? No, the whole system is shut off. Nothing works. How do we get the system back on? We've been trying. We have to get it back on, Grant said, right away. If we don't, within half an hour, the raptors will reach the mainland. He started to explain about the boat when Muldoon cut him off. I don't think you understand, Dr. Grant. We haven't got half an hour left over here. How's that? Some of the raptors followed us. We've got 2 on the roof now. So what? The building's impregnable. Muldoon coughed. Apparently not. It was never expected that animals would get up on the roof, the radio crackled. Must have planted a tree too close to the fence. The raptors got over the fence and onto the roof. Anyway, the steel bars on the skylight are supposed to be electrified, but of course the power's off. They're biting through the bars of the skylight. Grant said, biting through the bars. He frowned, trying to imagine it. How fast? Yes, Muldoon said. They have a bite pressure of 15,000 pounds per square inch. They're like hyenas. They can bite through steel and... The transition was lost for a moment. How fast? Grant said. Again. Muldoon said, I'd guess we have another 10-15 minutes before they break through completely and come through the skylight into the building. And once they're in... just a minute, Dr. Grant. The radio clicked off. Hold on. Kat is yelling at me. Let me see what she wants. What do you want? Huh? What do you want? What do you want? You want uppies? Okay, uppies? Wada, I'm actually, so we have a, we ordered a water fountain for her, finally. So that should be coming in tomorrow. Meow. Good puppy. Just getting her water fountain. Yeah. You want to go eat more of your food? Alright, give me 1 second. She has this weird thing where I have to watch her eat or she won't eat her food. Because she'll eat her food And then she'll walk over to me and rub herself against me, and then she goes back and eats more of her food. So she's a very social eater. Your dogs are the complete opposite. How interesting. I try and make sure Blue doesn't steal any of Looter's food. But they won't start until I start climbing the stairs. That's funny. Alright, where was I before she decided to... Okay. It was an easy spot to leave off at. Oops. In the skylight above Malcolm's bed, the raptors had chewed through the first set of steel bars. One raptor gripped the end of the bar and tugged, pulling it back. It put its powerful hind limb on the skylight, and the glass shattered, glittering down on Malcolm's bed below. Ellie reached over and removed the largest fragments from the sheets. God, they're ugly, Malcolm said, looking up. Now that the glass was broken, they could hear the snorts and snarls of the raptors, the squeal of their teeth on the metal as they chewed the bars. There were silver-thinned sections where they had chewed. Foamy saliva splattered onto the sheets and the bedside table. At least they can't get in yet, Ellie said. Not until they chew through another bar. Ruth said, if Grant could somehow get to the maintenance shed. Bloody hell, Muldoon said. He limped around the room. On his sprained ankle. He can't get there fast enough. He can't get the power on fast enough. Not to stop this. Shinagi, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the deep end. Malcolm coughed. Yes, his voice was shelved, almost a wheeze. What'd he say? Muldoon said. Yes, Malcolm repeated. Can what? Distraction, he winced. What kind of a distraction? Go to the fence. Yes, and do what? Malcolm grinned weakly. Stick your hands through. Oh, Christ, Muldoon said, turning away. Wait a minute, Wu said. He's right. There are only 2 raptors here, which means there are at least 4 more out there. We could go out and provide a distraction. And then what? And then Grant would be free to go to the maintenance building and turn on the generator. And then go back to the control room and start up the system. Exactly. No time, Muldoon said. No time. But if we can lure the raptors down there, Bruce said, maybe even get them away from that skylight, it might work. Worth a try. Bait, Muldoon said. Exactly. Who's going to be the bait? I'm no good, my ankle's shot. I'll do it, Wu said. No, Muldoon said. You're the only one who knows what to do about the computer. You need to talk Grant through the startup. I'll do it then, Harding said. No, Ellie said. Malcolm needs you. I'll do it. Hell, I don't think so, Muldoon said. You'd have raptors all around you. Raptors on the roof. But she was already bending over, lacing her running shoes. Just don't tell Grant, she said. It'll make him nervous. The lobby was quiet. Chilly fog drifting past them. The radio had been silent for several minutes. Tim said, "Why aren't they talking to us?" "I'm hungry," Lex said. "They're trying to plan," Grant said. The radio crackled. "Grant, are you..." Henry speaking. "Are you there?" "I'm here," Grant said. "Listen," Wu said. "Can you see the rear of the visitor building from where you are?" Grant looked through the rear glass doors, to the palm trees and the fog. "Yes," Grant said. Wu said, "There's a path straight through the palm trees." There's straight through the palm trees to the maintenance building. That's where the power equipment and generators are. I believe you saw the maintenance building yesterday. Yes, Grant said, though he was momentarily puzzled. Was it yesterday that he had looked into the building? It seemed like years ago. Artemis has the zoomies again. Now listen, Wu said. We think we can get all the raptors down here by the lodge, but we aren't sure, so be careful. Give us 5 minutes. Okay, Grant said. You can leave the kids in the cafeteria, and they should be all right. Take the radio with you when you go. Okay. Turn it off before you leave, so it doesn't make any noise outside. And call me when you get to the maintenance building. Okay. I think she's discovered her reflection in the mirror. Grant turned the radio off. Lex crawled back. Are you going to the cafeteria? She said. Yes, Grant said. They got up and started walking through the blowing mist of the lobby. I want a hamburger, Lex said. I don't think there's any electricity to cook with. Then ice cream. Tim, you'll have to stay with her and help her. I will. I've got to leave for a while, Grant said. I know. They moved to the cafeteria entrance. On opening the door, Grant saw square dining room tables and chairs, swinging stainless steel doors beyond. Nearby, a cash register and a rack with gum and candy. Okay, kids. I want you to stay here no matter what. Got it? Leave us the radio, Lex said. I can't. I need it. Just stay here. I'll only be gone about 5 minutes, okay? Okay. Grant closed the door. The cafeteria became completely dark. Lex clutched his hand. Turn on the lights, she said. I can't, Tim said. There's no electricity. But he pulled down his night vision goggles. That's fine for you. What about me? Just hold my hand. We'll get some food. He led her forward. In phosphorescent green, he saw the tables and chairs. To the right, the glowing green cash register and the rack with gum and candy. He grabbed a handful of candy bars. I told you, Lex said. I want ice cream, not candy. Take these anyway. Ice cream, Tim. Okay, okay. Tim stuffed the candy bars in his pocket and led Lex deeper into the dining room. She tugged on his hand. I can't see spit, she said. Just walk with me. Hold my hand. Then slow down. Beyond the tables and chairs was a pair of swinging doors with little round windows in them. They probably led to the kitchen. He pushed one door open, and it held wide. Ellie Sattler stepped outside the front door to the lodge and felt the chilly mist on her face and legs. Her heart was thumping, even though she knew she was completely safe behind the fence. Directly ahead, she saw the heavy bars in the fog, but she couldn't see much beyond the fence. Another 20 yards before the landscape turned milky white. And she didn't see any raptors at all. In fact, the gardens and trees were almost eerily silent. Apologize in advance. For what? For what? For what? Hey, she shouted into the fog tentatively. Muldoon leaned against the door frame. I doubt that'll do it, he said. You got to make noise. No, not the pipe. He hobbled out, carrying a steel rod from the construction inside. He banged the rod against the bars like a dinner gong. Come and get it. Dinner is served. Very amusing, Ellie said. She glanced nervously toward the roof. She saw no raptors. They don't understand English, Muldoon grinned, but I imagine they get the general idea. At least it wasn't a loud pipe, that's true. Could have been louder. She was still nervous, and found his humor annoying. She looked toward the visitor building, cloaked in the fog. Muldoon resumed banging on the bars. At the limit of her vision, almost lost in the fog, she saw a ghostly pale animal, a raptor. First customer, Muldoon said. The raptor disappeared, a white shadow, and then came back, but it did not approach any closer, and it seemed strangely incurious about the noise coming from the lodge. She was starting to worry. Unless she could attract the raptors to the lodge, Grant would be in danger. You're making too much noise, Ellie said. Bloody hell, Muldoon said. Well, you are. I know these animals. You're drunk, she said. Let me handle it. And how will you do that? She didn't answer him. She went to the gate. They say the raptors are intelligent. They are. At least as intelligent as chimps. They have good hearing. Yes, excellent. Maybe they'll know this sound, she said, and opened the gate. The metal hinges, rusted from the constant mist, creaked loudly. She closed it again, opening it with another creak. She left it open. I wouldn't do that, Muldoon said. You're going to do that. Let me get the launcher. Get the launcher. He sighed, remembering. Shinaro has the shells. Miyuki, hello, welcome back. How are you? How was your stream? Well then, she said, keep an eye out. And she went through the gate, stepping outside the bars. Her heart was pounding so hard she could barely feel her feet in the dirt. She moved away from the fence, and it disappeared frighteningly fast in the fog. Soon, it was lost behind her. Just as she expected, Muldoon began shouting to her in drunken agitation. "God damn it, girl. Don't you do that," he bellowed. "Don't call me girl," she shouted back. "I'll call you any damn thing I want," Muldoon shouted. She wasn't listening. She was turning slowly, her body tense, watching from all sides. She was at least 20 yards from the fence now. She could see the mist drifting like a light rain past the foliage. She stayed away from the foliage. She moved through a world of shades of gray. The muscles in her legs and shoulders ached from the tension. Her eyes strained to see. "I'm doing okay, thank you." "Do you hear me, damn it?" Muldoon bellowed. How good are these animals, she wondered. Good enough to cut off my retreat? There wasn't much distance back to the fence. Not really. They attacked. There was no sound. The first animal charged from the foliage at the base of a tree to the left. It sprang forward, and she turned to run. The second attack from the other side, clearly intending to catch her as she ran, and it leapt into the air, claws raised to attack, and she darted like a broken field runner, and the animal crashed down in the dirt. Now she was running flat out, not daring to look back, her breath coming in deep gasps, seeing the bars of the fence emerge from the haze, seeing Muldoon throw the gate wide, seeing him reaching for her, shouting to her, grabbing her arm and pulling her through so hard she was yanked off her feet and fell to the ground. As she turned in time to see the first one, then two, then three animals hit the fence and snarl. He was taunting the animals now, snarling back, and it drove them wild. They flung themselves at the fence, leaping forward, and one of them nearly made it over the top. Christ, that was close. These bastards can jump. She got to her feet, looking at the scrapes and bruises, the blood running down her leg. All she could think was, 3 animals here, and 2 on the roof. That meant one was still missing somewhere. "Come on, help me," Muldoon said. "Let's keep them interested." Grant left the visitor center and moved quickly forward into the mist. He found the path among the palm trees and followed it north. Up ahead, the rectangular maintenance shed emerged from the fog. There was no door that he could see at all. He walked on, around the corner. At the back, screened by planting, Grant saw a concrete loading dock for trucks. He scrambled up to the face of a vertical rolling door of corrugated steel. It was locked. He jumped down again and continued around the building. Farther ahead, to his right, Grant saw an ordinary door. It was propped open with a man's shoe. Grant stepped inside and squinted in the darkness. He listened, heard nothing. He picked up his radio, turned it on. "This is Grant," he said. "I'm inside." Wu looked up at the skylight. The two raptors still peered down into Malcolm's room, but they seemed distracted by the noises outside. He went to the lodge window. Outside, the three velociraptors continued to charge the fence. Ellie was running back and forth, safely behind the bars, but the raptors no longer seemed to be seriously trying to get her. Now they almost seemed to be playing, circling back from the fence, rearing up and snarling, then dropping down low, to circle again and finally charge. Their behavior had taken on the distinct quality of display rather than serious attack. "Like birds," Muldoon said, "putting on a show." Wu nodded. "They're intelligent. They see they can't get her, but they're not really trying." The radio crackled. It sighed. Wu gripped the radio. "Say again, Grant?" "I'm inside," Grant said. "Dr. Grant, you're in the maintenance building." "Yes," Grant said, and he added, "Maybe you should call me Alan." Where'd she go? Oh. Laying down on the beanbag chair. I gotta get more stuff to fill it up with. And then I can move the TV in here. Somewhere. I've gotta clear out more space. Maybe I'll put it over there. That should work. Alright, Alan. If you're standing just inside the east door, you see a lot of pipes and tubing. Wu closed his eyes, visualizing it. Straight ahead is a big recessed well in the center of the building that goes 2 stories underground. To your left is a metal walkway with railings. I see it. Go along the walkway. I'm going. Faintly, the radio carried the clang of his footsteps on the metal. After you go 20 or 30 feet, you will see another walkway going right. I see it, Grant said. Follow that walkway. Okay. As you continue, Wu said, you will come to a ladder on your left, going down into the pit. I see it. Go down the ladder. There was a long pause. Wu ran his fingers through his damp hair. Muldoon frowned tensely. Okay, I'm down the ladder, Grant said. Good, Wu said. Now, straight ahead of you should be 2 large yellow tanks that are marked flammable. They say inflammable, and then something underneath in Spanish. Those are the ones, Wu said. Those are the 2 fuel tanks for the generator. One of them has been run dry, and so we have to switch over to the other. If you look at the bottom of the tanks, you'll see a white pipe coming out. Forged PVC? Yes, PVC. Follow that pipe as it goes back. Gotta go to bed now, but I'll keep lurking for you Sunday night. Thank you, Mars. I hope you have a good sleep. I'll be streaming again tomorrow, but I'll be starting around 3 p.m. because I'm doing a special collab stream. Okay, I'm following it. Ow. What happened? Nothing. I hit my head. There was a pause. Are you alright? Yeah, fine. Just hurt my head. Stupid. Keep following the pipe. Okay, Grant said. He sounded irritable. Okay, the pipe goes to a big aluminum box with air vents in the sides. Says Honda. It looks like the generator. Yes, we've said. That's a generator. If you walk around to the side, you'll see a panel with 2 buttons. I see them. Yellow and red? That's right, we've said. Push the yellow one first, and while you hold it down, push the red one. Right. There was another pause. It lasted a minute. Wu and Muldoon looked at each other. Alan, it didn't work, Grant said. Did you hold down the yellow first and then press the red? Wu asked. Yes, I did, Grant said. He sounded annoyed. I did exactly what you told me to do. There was a hum and then a click. Click, click, very fast. And then the hum stopped and nothing after that. Try it again. I already did, Grant said. It didn't work. Okay, just a minute. Move round. It sounds like the generator is trying to fire up, but it can't for some reason. Alan, I'm here. Go around to the back of the generator to where the plastic pipe runs in. Okay. A pause. Then Grant said, the pipe goes into a round black cylinder that looks like a fuel pump. That's right, Wu said. That's exactly what it is. It's the fuel pump. Look for a little valve at the top. A valve? It should be sticking up at the top with a little metal tab that you can turn. I found it, but it's on the side, not the top. Okay. Twist it open. Air is coming out. Good. Wait until... Now liquid is coming out. Smells like gas. Okay, close the valve. Wu turned to Muldoon, shaking his head. Pump lost its prime. Alan? Yes. Try the buttons again. A moment later, Wu heard the faint coughing and sputtering as the generator turned over, and then steady chugging. And then the steady chugging sound as it caught. It's on, Grant said. Good work, Alan. Good work. Now what? Grant said. He sounded flat, dull. The lights haven't even come on in here. Go back to the control room, and I'll talk you through the restoring the systems manually. That's what I have to do now. Yes. Okay, Grant said. I'll call you when I get there. There was a final hiss and silence. Alan. The radio was dead. Tim went through the swinging doors at the back of the dining room and entered the kitchen. A big stainless steel table in the center of the room. A big stove with lots of burners to the left. And, beyond that, walk-in refrigerators. Tim started opening the refrigerators, looking for ice cream. Smoke came out in the humid air as he opened each one. How come the
Drink
stove
water,
is
you
on?
dehydrated bitch!
Vex said, releasing his hand. Why isn't my hydrator working? Why isn't it? What the hell? Back with food and drinks. Welcome back. Hold on. Refresh. It was working when I started. Here. There's the hydrate. It works. There we go. I will hydrate with wine, because that's what I have. Water. Water. And that means I have to go get water. Alright, I'll go get water. How dare you make me go get water?
Banana.
Your local penguin, thank you so much for the follow. I'm about to go get some water because Junior's butthead is making me go get water. So I can hydrate because he won't let me drink wine. I gotta drink water. Oh, thank you for the ice sparkles. Thank you for the lurk. Alright, I'll be right back. back with your stinking water. I'm back with your stinking water. Alright.
Drink water, you dehydrated bitch!
I'm gonna do what iPeco does. There you go. I've hydrated. Thank you, thank you. You know she's gonna read that when she comes back. You're damn right. You're damn fucking right. I'm reading all the shit that you talked about me while I was gone. You're damn right. That's what's gonna happen. Man, well, peace and quiet. Wow. Wow. Alright, let's finish this chapter. How come the stove is on? Lex said, releasing his hand. It's not on. They all have blue flames. Those are pilot lights. What are pilot lights? They had an electric stove at home. There's nothing that I can do to Junior, because if I spit at him, he's just going to drink it. Never mind, Tim said, opening another refrigerator. But it means I can cook you something. In this next refrigerator, he found all kinds of stuff. Cartons of milk, and piles of vegetables, and a stack of T-bone steaks, fish, but no ice cream. You still want ice cream? I told you, didn't I? The next refrigerator was huge, a stainless steel door with a wide horizontal handle. He tugged on the handle, pulled it open, and saw a walk-in freezer. It was a whole room. It was freezing cold. Timmy. Will you wait a minute, he said, annoyed. I'm trying to find your ice cream. Timmy, something's here. She was whispering, and for a moment the last two words didn't register. Then Tim hurried back out of the freezer, seeing the edge of the door wreathed in glowing green smoke. Lex stood by the steelwork table. She was looking back to the kitchen door. He heard a low hissing sound, like a very large snake. The sound rose and fell softly. It was hardly audible. It might even be the wind, but he knew, somehow, that it wasn't. Timmy, she whispered, I'm scared. He crept forward to the kitchen door and looked out. In the darkened dining room, he saw only orderly green rectangular patterns of the tabletops, and moving smoothly among them, silent as a ghost, except for the hissing of its breath, was a velociraptor. In the darkness of the maintenance room, Grant felt along the pipes, moving back toward the ladder. It was difficult to make his way in the dark, and somehow he found the noise of the generator disorienting. He came to the ladder, and he had started back up when he realized there was something else in the room besides the generator noise. Grant paused, listening. It was a man shouting. It sounded like Gennaro. Get my feet up. It sounded like Gennaro. Where are you? Grant shouted. Over here, Gennaro said. In the truck. Grant couldn't see any truck. He squinted in the darkness. He looked out of the corner of his eye. He saw green glowing shapes moving in the darkness. Then he saw the truck, and he turned toward it. Tim found the silence chilling. The velociraptor was 6 feet tall and powerfully built. Although its strong legs and tails were hidden by the tables, Tim could see only the muscular upper torso. The 2 forearms held tightly alongside the body, the claws dangling. He could see the iridescent speckled pattern on the back. The velociraptor was alert. As it came forward, it looked from side to side, moving its head with abrupt, bird-like jerks. The head also bobbed up and down as it walked, and the long, straight tail dipped, which heightened the impression of a bird. A gigantic, silent bird of prey. The dining room was dark, but apparently the raptor could see well enough to move steadily forward. From time to time, it would bend over, lowering its head below the tables. Tim heard a rapid sniffling sound. Then the head would snap up, alertly, jerking back and forth like a bird's. Tim watched until he was sure the velociraptor was coming toward the kitchen. Was it following their scent? All the books said dinosaurs had a poor sense of smell, but this one seemed to do just fine. Excuse me. Anyway, what did Bix know? Here was the real thing. Coming toward him, he ducked back into the kitchen. Is something out there? Lex said. Tin didn't answer. He pushed her under the table in the corner beside a large waste bin. He leaned close to her and whispered fiercely, "Stay here." Banana. And then he ran for the refrigerator. Dark Rycon, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the deep end. Bless you, thank you. Why did the mermaid wear seashells? Because she has sea cups. Aha, aha, aha. He grabbed a handful of cold steaks and hurried back to the door. He quietly placed the first of the steaks on the floor, then moved back a few steps and put down the second. Through his goggles, he saw Lex peeping around the bin. He waved her back. You can open it. He placed the third steak and the fourth, moving deeper into the kitchen Banana! Thank you for the banana. Someone came asking for wine. And of course, like Jesus, I must abide. Alright. Where was it? You need cereal. I'll go get some cereal. Through his goggles, he saw Lex peeping around the bin. He waved her back. He placed the third steak and the fourth, moving deeper into the kitchen. The hissing was louder, and then the clawed hand gripped the door, and the big head peered cautiously around. The velociraptor paused at the entrance to the kitchen. Tim stood in a half crouch at the back of the room, near the far leg of the steel-work table. He had not had time to conceal himself. His head and shoulders still protruded over the tabletop. He was in clear view of the velociraptor. Slowly, Tim lowered his body, sinking beneath the table. The velociraptor jerked its head around, looking directly at Tim. Tim froze. He was still exposed, but he thought, "Don't move." The velociraptor stood motionless in the doorway, sniffing. It's darker here, Tim thought. He can't see so well. It's making him cautious. But now he could smell the musty odor of the big reptile. And through his goggles, he saw the dinosaur silently yawn, throwing back its long snout, exposing rows of razor-sharp teeth. The velociraptor stared forward again, jerking its head from side to side. The big eyes swiveled in the bony sockets. Tim felt his heart pounding. Somehow, it was worse to be confronted by an animal like this in a kitchen, instead of the open forest. The size, the quick movements, the pungent odor, the hissing breath. Up close, it was a much more frightening animal than the tyrannosaur. The tyrannosaur was huge and powerful, but it wasn't especially smart. The velociraptor was man-size, and it was clearly quick and intelligent. Tim feared the searching eyes almost as much as the sharp teeth. The velociraptor sniffed. It stepped forward, moving directly toward Lex. It must smell her somehow, Tim's heart thumped. The velociraptor stopped. It bent over slowly. He found the steak. Tim wanted to bend down to look below the table, but he didn't dare move. He stood frozen in a half crouch, listening to the crunching sound. The dinosaur was eating it, bones and all. The raptor raised its slender head and looked around. It sniffed. It saw the second steak. It moved quickly forward. It bent down. Silence. The raptor didn't eat it. The head came back up. Tim's leg burned from the crouch, but he didn't move. Why hadn't the animal eaten the second steak? A dozen ideas flashed through his mind. It didn't like the taste of beef. It didn't like the coldness. didn't like the fact that the meat wasn't alive. It smelled a trap. It smelled licks. It smelled Tim. It saw Tim. The velociraptor moved very quickly now. It found the third steak, dipped its head, looked up again, and moved on. Tim held his breath. The dinosaur was now just a few feet from him. Tim could see the small twitches in the muscles of the flanks. He could see the crusted blood on the claws of the hand. He could see the fine patterns of striations within the spotted pattern and the folds of the skin in the neck below the jaw. The velociraptor sniffed. It jerked its head and looked right at Tim. Tim nearly gasped with fright. Tim's body was rigid, tense. He watched as the reptile eye moved, scanning the room. Another sniff. He caught me, Tim thought. Then the head jerked back to look forward, and the animal went on toward the fifth snake. Tim thought, Lex, please don't move. Whatever you do, please don't. The velociraptor sniffed the steak and moved on. It was now at the open door to the freezer. Tim could see the smoke billowing out, curling along the floor toward the animal's feet. One big claw lifted, then came down again, silently, and the dinosaur hesitated. Too cold, Tim thought. He won't go in there. It's too cold. He won't go in. He won't go in. He won't go in. The dinosaur went in. The head disappeared, then the body, then the stiff tail. Tim sprinted, flinging his weight against the stainless steel door of the locker, slamming it shut. It slammed on the tip of the tail. The door wouldn't shut. The velociraptor roared, a terrifying, loud sound. Inadvertently, Tim took a step back. The tail was gone. He slammed the door shut and heard it click. Closed. Lex! Lex, he was screaming. He heard the raptor pounding against the door, felt it thumping the steel. He knew there was a flat steel knob inside, and if the raptor hit that, it would knock the door open. They had to get the door locked. Lex. Lex was by his side. What do you want? Tim leaned against the horizontal door handle, holding it shut. There's a pin. A little pin. Get the pin. The velociraptor roared like a lion, the sound muffled by the thick steel. It crashed its whole body against the door. I can't see anything, Lex shouted. The pin was dangling beneath the door handle, swinging on the little metal chain. It's right there. I can't see it, she screamed. And then Tim realized she wasn't wearing the goggles. Feel for it. He saw her little hands reaching up, touching his, groping for the pin. And with her so close to him, he could feel how frightened she was. Her breath in little panicky gasps as she felt for the pin, and the velociraptor slammed against the door, and it opened. God, it opened. But the animal hadn't expected that. It had already turned back for another try, and Tim slammed the door shut again. Lex scrambled back, reached up in the darkness. I have it, Lex cried, clutching the pin in her hand, and she pushed it through the hole. It slid out again. From the top. Put it in from the top. She held it again, lifting it on the chain. swinging it over the handle and down into the hole. Locked. The velociraptor roared. Tim and Lex stepped back from the door as the dinosaur slammed into it again. With each impact, the heavy steel wall hinges creaked, but they held. Tim didn't think the animal could possibly open the door. The raptor was locked in. He gave a long sigh. "Let's go," he said. He took her hand, and they ran. "You should have seen them," Gennaro said, as Grant led him back out of the maintenance building. There must have been 24 of them. Compies. I had to crawl into the truck to get away from them. They were all over the windshield, just squatting there, waiting like buzzards. But they ran away when you came over. Scavengers, Grant said. They won't attack anything that's moving or looks strong. They attack things that are dead. Or almost dead. Anyway, unmoving. They were going up the ladder now, back toward the entrance door. "What happened to the raptor that attacked you?" Grant said. "I don't know," Gennaro said. "Did it leave?" "I didn't see. I got away. I think because it was injured. I think Muldoon shot it in the leg, and it was bleeding while it was in there. Then, I don't know. Maybe it went back outside. Maybe it died in there. I didn't see. And maybe it's still in there," Grant said. Wu stared out the lodged window at the raptors beyond the fence. They still seemed playful, making mock attacks at Ellie. The behavior had continued for a long time now, and it occurred to him that it might be too long. It almost seemed as if they were trying to keep Ellie's attention, in the same way that she was trying to keep theirs. The behavior of the dinosaurs had always been a minor consideration to Wu. And rightly so. Behavior was a second-order effect of DNA. Like protein enfolding. You couldn't really predict behavior, and you couldn't really control it, except in very crude ways, like making an animal dependent on a dietary substance by withholding an enzyme. But, in general, behavioral effects were simply beyond the reach of understanding. You couldn't look at a DNA sequence and predict behavior. It was impossible. And that made Wu's DNA work purely empirical. It was a matter of tinkering, the way a modern workman might repair an antique grandfather clock. You were dealing with something out of the past, something constructed of ancient materials and following ancient rules. You couldn't be certain why it worked as it did, and it had been repaired and modified many times already by forces of evolution over eons of time. So like the workman who makes an adjustment and then sees if the clock runs any better, Wu would make an adjustment and then see if the animals behaved any better. And he only tried to correct gross behavior, uncontrolled budding of the electrical fences or rubbing the skin raw on the tree trunks. Those were the behaviors that sent him back to the drawing board. And the limits of this science had left him with a mysterious feeling about dinosaurs in the park. He was never sure, never really sure at all, whether the behavior of the animals was historically accurate or not. Were they behaving as they really had in the past? It was an open question, ultimately unanswerable. You got the good headphones on now. though Wu would never admit it, the discovery that the dinosaurs were breeding represented a tremendous validation of his work. A breeding animal was demonstrably effective in a fundamental way. It implied that Wu had put all the pieces together correctly. He had recreated an animal millions of years old, with such precision that the creature could even reproduce itself. But still, looking at the raptors outside, he was troubled by the persistence of their behavior. Raptors were intelligent, and intelligent animals got bored quickly. Intelligent animals also formed plans, and Harding came out into the hallway from Malcolm's room. Where's Ellie? Still outside. Better get her in. The raptors have left the skylight. When? Wu said, moving to the door. Wu threw open the front door. Ellie, inside, now. She looked over at him, puzzled. There's no problem. Everything's under control. Now. She shook her head. I know what I'm doing, she said. Now, Ellie, damn it. Muldoon didn't like Wu standing there with the door open, and he was about to say so when he saw a shadow descend from above, and he realized at once what had happened. Wu was yanked bodily out the door, and Muldoon heard Ellie screaming. Muldoon got to the door and looked out and saw that Wu was lying on his back, his body already torn open by the big claw, and the raptor was jerking its head, tugging at Wu's intestines, even though Wu was still alive, still feebly reaching up with his hands to push the big head away. He was being eaten while he was still alive. And then Ellie stopped screaming and started to run along the inside of the fence, and Muldoon slammed the door shut, dizzy with horror. It had happened so fast. Harding said, He jumped down from the roof. Muldoon nodded. He went to the window and looked out, and he saw that the 3 raptors outside the fence were now running away, but they weren't following Ellie. They were going back toward the visitor center. Meow, 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 meow. Grant came to the edge of the maintenance building and peered forward in the fog. He could hear the snarls of the raptors, and they seemed to be coming closer. Now they could see their bodies running past him. They were going to the visitor center. He looked back at Gennaro. Gennaro shook his head no. Grant leaned close and whispered in his ear, No choice. We've got to turn on the computer. Grant set out into fog. After a moment, Gennaro followed. Ellie didn't stop to think. When the raptors dropped inside the fence to attack Wu, she just turned and ran, as fast as she could, toward the far end of the lodge. There was a space 15 feet wide between the fence and the lodge. She ran, not hearing the animals pursuing her, just hearing her own breath. She rounded the corner, saw a tree growing by the side of the building, and leapt, grabbing a branch, swinging up. She didn't feel panic. She felt a kind of exhilaration as she kicked and saw her legs rise up in front of her face. And she hooked her legs over a branch by the root, tightening her gut, and pulled up quickly. Love to play video games with me. Thank you. Good night. Thank you for dropping in and hanging out for a while. Have a good time. Hope you have fun. What are you gonna be playing? Why are you touching me? What are you touching me for? Making biscuits on my leg. You know what happens when I tighten my gut? What happens when you tighten your gut? Neck Warrior 5. Oh, I've never heard of that. The two raptors were climbing the tree. Now she was at the level of the rooftop. She could see the gravel only 4 feet away, and the glass pyramids of the skylights sticking up in the mist. There was a door on the roof. She could get inside. In a single heaving effort, she flung herself through the air and landed sprawling on the gravel. She scraped her face, but somehow the only sensation was exhilaration. As if it were a kind of game she was playing. A game she intended to win. She ran for the door that led to the stairwell. Behind her, she could hear the raptors shaking the branches of the tree. They were still in the tree. She reached the door and twisted the knob. The door was locked. It took a moment for the meaning of that to cut through her euphoria. The door was locked. She was on the roof and she couldn't get down. The door was locked. She pounded on the door in frustration, and then she ran for the far side of the roof, hoping to see a way down. But there was only the green outline of the swimming pool through the blowing mist. All around the pool was concrete decking. 10, 12 feet of concrete. Too much for her to jump across. No other trees to climb down. No stairs. No fire escape. Nothing. Ellie turned back and saw the raptors jumping easily to the roof. She ran to the far end of the building, hoping there might be another door, but there wasn't. What? I'm not done yet. The raptors came slowly toward her, stalking her, slipping silently amongst the glass pyramids. She looked down. The edge of the pool was 10 feet away. Too far. The raptors were closer, starting to move apart, and illogically she thought, isn't this always the way? Some little mistake screws it all up. She still felt giddy, still felt exhilaration, and she somehow couldn't believe these animals were going to get her. She couldn't believe that now her life was going to end like this. It didn't seem possible. She was enveloped in a kind of protective cheerfulness. She just didn't believe it would happen. MJ, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the deep end. The raptors snarled. Ellie backed away, moving to the far end of the roof. She took a breath and then began to sprint toward the edge. She raced toward the edge. She saw the swimming pool, and she knew it was too far away, but she thought, what the hell, and leapt into space, and fell. And with a stinging shock, she felt herself enveloped in coldness. She was underwater. She had done it. She came to the surface and looked up at the roof and saw the raptors looking down at her. And she knew that if she could do it, the raptors could do it too. She splashed in the water and thought, can raptors swim? But she was sure they could. They could probably swim like crocodiles. The raptors turned away from the edge of the roof, and then she heard Harding calling, "Sattler?" And she realized he had opened the roof door. The raptors were going toward him. Hurriedly, she climbed out of the pool and ran toward the lodge. Harding had gone up the steps of the roof 2 at a time, and he had flung open the door without thinking. "Sattler!" he shouted, and then he stopped. The mist blew among the pyramids on the roof. The raptors were not in sight. "Sattler!" He was so preoccupied with Sattler that it was a moment before he realized his mistake. He should be able to see the animals, he thought. In the next instant, the clawed forearm smashed around the side of the door, catching him in the chest with a searing pain, and it took all of his effort to pull himself backwards and close the door on the arm. And from downstairs he heard Muldoon shouting, "She's here! She's already inside!" From the other side of the door, the raptor snarled, and Harding slammed the door again, and the claws pulled back, and he closed the door with a metallic clang and sank, coughing, to the floor. "Where are we going?" Lex said. They were on the second floor of the visitor center. A glass-walled corridor ran the length of the building. "To the control room," Tim said. "Where's that?" "Down here someplace." Tim looked at the names stenciled on the doors, and he went past them. These seemed to be the offices: Park Warden, Guest Services, General Manager, Comptroller. Closed area. Authorized personnel only beyond this point. There was a slot for a security card, but Tim just pushed the door open. "How come it opened?" "The power's out," Tim said. "We're going to the control room?" she asked. "To find a radio. We need to call somebody." Beyond the glass door, the hallway continued. Tim remembered this area. He had seen it earlier, during the tour. Lex trotted along at his side. In the distance, they heard the snarling of raptors. The animals seemed to be approaching. Then Tim heard them slamming against the glass downstairs. "They're out there," Lex whispered. "Don't worry." "What are they doing here?" Lex said. "Never mind now." Park Supervisor. Operations. Main control. "Here," Tim said. He pushed open the door. The main control room was as he had seen it before. In the center of the room was a console with 4 chairs and 4 computer monitors. The room was entirely dark except for the monitors, which all showed a series of colored rectangles. "So where's the radio?" Lex said. But Tim had forgotten all about the radio. He moved forward, staring at the computer screens. The screens were on. That could only mean... the power must be back on. "Ick," Lex said, shifting her body. "What?" "I was standing on somebody's ear," she said. Tim hadn't seen a body when they came in. He looked back and saw there was just an ear lying on the floor. That is really disgusting, Lex said. Never mind. He turned to the monitors. Where's the rest of him? She said. Never mind that now. He peered closely at the monitor. There were rows of colored labels on the screen. You better not fool around with that, Timmy, she said. Don't worry, I won't. He had seen complicated computers before, like the ones that were installed in the building his father worked on. Those computers controlled everything from the elevators and security to the heating and cooling systems. They looked basically like this. A lot of colored labels. They were usually simpler to understand, and almost always there was a help label if you needed to learn about the system. But he saw no help label here. He looked again to be sure. But then he saw something else. Numerals clicking in the upper left corner of the screen. They read 10:47:22. Then Tim realized it was the time. There were only 13 minutes left for the boat, but he was more worried about the people in the lodge. There was a static crackle. He turned and saw Lex holding a radio. She was twisting the knobs and dials. How does it work? She said. I can't make it work. Give me that. It's mine. I found it. Give it to me, Lex. I get to use it first. Lex. Suddenly, the radio crackled. What the hell is going on? Said Muldoon's voice. Surprised, Lex dropped the radio on the floor. Grant ducked back, crouching among the palm trees. Through the mist ahead, he could see the raptors hopping and snarling and butting their heads against the glass of the visitor center. But, between the snarls, they would fall silent and cock their heads, as if listening to something distant. And then they would make little whimpering sounds. What are they doing? Gennaro said. It looks like they're trying to get to the cafeteria, Grant said. What's in the cafeteria? I left the kids there, Grant said.
Meow? Meow?
Can they break through that glass? I don't think so, no. Grant watched, and now he heard the crackle of a distant radio, and the raptors began hopping in a more agitated way. One after another, they began jumping higher and higher, until finally he saw the first of them leap lightly onto the second-floor balcony, and from there, move inside the second floor of the visitor center. In the control room on the second floor, Tim snatched up the radio which Lex had dropped and pressed the button. Hello? Hello? Is that you, Tim? It was Muldoon's voice. Yes, it's me. Where are you? In the control room. The power is on. That's great, Tim, Muldoon said. If someone will tell me how to turn the computer on, I'll do it. There was a silence. Hello? Tim said. Did you hear me? We have a problem about that, Muldoon said. Nobody, who was here knows how to do that. How to turn the computer on. Tim said, are you kidding? Nobody knows. It seemed incredible. No, a pause. I think it's something about the main grid. Turning on the main grid. Do you know anything about computers, Tim? Tim stared at the screen. Lex nudged him. Tell him no, Timmy, she said. Yes, some. I know something, Tim said. Might as well try, Muldoon said. Nobody here knows what to do, and Grant doesn't know about computers. Okay, Tim said. I'll try. He clicked off the radio and stared at the screen, studying it. Timmy, Lex said, you don't know what to do. Yes, I do. If you know, then do it, Lex said. Just a minute. As a way to get started, he pulled the chair close to the keyboard and pressed the cursor key. Those were the keys that moved the cursor around on the screen. But nothing happened. Then he pushed other keys. The screen remained unchanged. Well, she said, something's wrong, Tim said, frowning. You just don't know, Timmy, she said. He examined the computer again, looking at it carefully. The keyboard had a row of function keys at the top, just like a regular PC keyboard. And the monitor was big and in color, but the monitor housing was sort of unusual. Tim looked at the edges of the screen and saw lots of faint pinpoints of red light. Red light all around the borders of the screen. What could that be? He moved his finger toward the light and saw the soft red glow on his skin. He touched the screen and heard a beep. A moment later, the message box disappeared, and the original full green screen flashed back up. What happened? Lex said. What did you do? You touched something. Of course, he thought. He had touched the screen. It was a touch screen. Red lights around the edges must be infrared sensors. Tim had never seen such a screen, but he'd read about them in magazines. He touched reset, revert. Instantly, the screen changed. He got a new message. The computer is now reset. Make your selection from the main screen. Over the radio, they heard the sound of raptors snarling. I want to see, Lex said. You should try view. No, Lex. Well, I want view, she said, and before he could grab her hand, she pressed view. The screen changed. Uh-oh, she said. Lex, will you cut it out? Look, she said. It worked. Huh. Around the room, the monitors showed quickly changing views of different parts of the park. Most of the images were misty gray because of the exterior fog, but one showed the outside of the lodge with a raptor on the roof, and then another switched to an image in bright sunlight showing the bow of a ship. Bright sunlight. What was that? Tim said, leaning forward. What? That picture. But the image had already changed, and now they were seeing the inside of the lodge, one room after another. And then he saw Malcolm lying in the bed. Stop it, Lex said. I see them. Tim touched the screen in several places and got submenus, then more submenus. Wait, Lex said. You're confusing it. Will you shut up? You don't know anything about computers. Now he had a list of monitors on the screen. One of them was marked Safari Lodge, Level 2, 4. Another was Remote Shipboard. He pressed the screen several times. Video images came up on monitors around the room. One showed the bow of the supply ship in the ocean ahead. In the distance, Tim saw land, buildings along the shore, and a harbor. He recognized the harbor because he had flown over it in the helicopter the day before. It was the Punta Arenas. The ship seemed to be just minutes from landing. But his attention was drawn by the next screen, which showed the roof of the Safari Lodge in gray mist. The raptors were mostly hidden behind the pyramids, with their heads bobbed up and down, coming into view. And then, on the third monitor, he could see inside a room. Malcolm was lying in the bed, and Ellie stood next to him. They were both looking upward. As they watched, Muldoon walked into the room and joined them, looking up with an expression of concern. "They see us," Lex said. "I don't think so." The radio crackled on the screen. Muldoon lifted the radio to his lips. "Hello, Tim." "I'm here," Tim said. We haven't got a lot of time," Muldoon said dully. "Better get that power grid on." And then Tim heard the raptor snarl and saw one of the long heads duck down through the glass, briefly entering the picture from the top, snapping its jaws. "Hurry, Timmy," Lex said. "Get the power on." Oops, hold on. Let me make sure how many pages are left. We have less than 100 pages left. I want to say maybe about 60 pages left. We might be able to finish it next stream if I do a long one. We'll see.
Drink water, you dehydrated bitch!
Koshua, thank you for the hydrate. Delicious, quenchy water. Lubricating. It's the quenchiest. Meow. Are you ready to go to bed? Yeah. You look like you're fighting it. Yeah. She said, "Mom, it's bedtime. Please." Bedtime indeed. We're gonna go watch Jurassic Park. Gonna go lay in bed and fall asleep watching Jurassic Park. Meow. Little baby. Yes. Hi, cutie. I know you're ready to go. You're done. She's so done. Alright, let's see. If everyone holds on tight, I'm going to raid out to someone. I don't have many people to raid out to right now, but, you know. Jinx is probably getting ready to end. Yeah. Probably. Yes, I know. I might not even raid out. Let me see. Well, let's see. If anyone is here, yeah. Gonna raid out to my friendo, Shirai. If you're not in the Discord, the link is right there, so please don't be afraid to join our little small baby community. I will be back tomorrow around 3 p.m. for my games with Energinx and Forandos. I think most everyone has been streaming for a while. I could raid Sen. She's playing Final Fantasy Online. She's also another Filipino streamer. So I'm gonna give you those two options. You have the option of Final Fantasy Online or Split Fiction. Those are your options. What is it, Peak tomorrow? Peak and Dead by Daylight. Alright, would you guys rather raid into Final Fantasy stream, Final Fantasy Online, or Split Fiction? Final Fantasy is okay, but I might not stick around. That's totally fine. So in the middle of a Split Fiction game? Like you never finished it before. I never played it. I just watch. I live vicariously through other people, 'cause chronically broke. Alright, if you're probably not gonna stick around anyway, he's only been playing it for about an hour, so I'm gonna raid into Shiro. He's playing a Split Fiction. He's only been up for like an hour and a half, so probably not that far into it. You can play with me after I finish my playthrough if you want. That would be fun. That would be fun. Yeah, let me know. I'm gonna raid into Shiro with our little baby raid. It'll be fine. Go smell the vampy. Go smell the stinky vampire. Go ahead and start the raid. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me today. I appreciate you guys so much. Thank you for the new follows. Thank you. And I will be back tomorrow, like I said. You can also catch me in my Discord occasionally. Alright. So make sure you guys behave yourselves when I send you into Shiro's server. Please don't embarrass me. I'll come for you. Alright, I'll see you guys next time. Bye bye. Bye 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 bye.
I said